This conference will now be recorded.
If everybody's ready, I'll call the meeting to order. Any additions to the agenda?
Good morning, Reven Council. You should have in front of you the budget for, or the agenda for Day 3, 2026 interim budget discussion. Administration has no further additions to this agenda.
Anybody got any deletions? Additions? Nothing? Kara, you're on board?
Yes, I'm here now.
Okay, I just asked, is there any additions to the agenda?
I don't have any, thank you.
Okay, all right, so we need a motion then to accept the agenda as presented. Shane?
Motion to accept the agenda for the Brazeau County 2026 interim budget discussions as presented.
Discussion, all those in favor? Oh, discussion? Sure.
Point of order, it has to be moved.
Didn't he move it?
No, he motioned.
Huh?
It was motioned, but not moved.
Oh, you gotta say I move.
I move to accept the Brazeau County 2026 interim budget discussion agenda as presented.
You okay with that, Glenn? All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so who's starting this off here? Operating items? Colin, are you? Okay.
Good morning, Council. As mentioned, on the new agenda crafted for today, you'll find a list essentially summarizing the reports that Council has went through by each department for the last 2 days. So at this point in time, we're at the point, if that is Council's wishes, to start making some motions on what they would like or would not like to include in the 2026 interim budget. And if it works from Council, we would start back in the operating side of things. So we would begin with number 2 on your agenda and 2A, which is Easy Ford Center improvements, which can be located in page 3 of your reports package.
This? It's action time. Done?
I move that council remove the contingency of grant funding for the upgrades to the washroom and flooring at Easy Ford Hall and approve the full funding of the project at $20,000 from GL code 02-74-01-239 with funds from major facilities reserve.
Any discussion?
Just waiting on it just for a second.
Okay, you got a second? It's in the reports there. I read that this morning there. Aria, go ahead.
I believe I have a conflict of interest with this one, so I'm just going to remove myself.
Conflict or pecuniary?
For-
Conflict?
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Anything else, Dallas?
The amount was, in the motion was full amount, 20, is that right?
What was it? Correct, yes.
20,000?
20.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. Yeah, you can bring her back. Next item is the Star Catholic School Resource Officer. They're now interested in having one. So initially they declined having one, and now they want one, so you got to treat all the schools the same, I would suggest. Glenn?
I move that Brazeau County enter into a cost-sharing agreement with the town of Drayton Valley and St. Thomas Aquarius Roman Catholic Separate Star School Division to provide a school resource officer, SRO, in Star Catholic schools located in Drayton Valley for a total cost of $40,000, with each party's portion being split equally, up to $13,334, with funds from taxation. Furthermore, that Brazeau County enters into an application for an SRO enhanced police service position contracted through the RCMP, utilizing an option 2 agreement.
Any discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, so that passes. It's a 4-3 split. Dallas and Glenn were opposed. Okay, ASB grants to organizations. Are you speaking to any of these? Okay. Yes. Anybody that comes from the corner is allowed to speak at the microphone.
Good morning, Reeve Council. To this RFD, I just wanted to speak to Councillor Westerland's point that she made the other day. So, AgNo has at this point suspended operations. So, the one thing is I spoke with the executive director and they are still accepting funding through the Mental Health Foundation, who has a designated fund for AgNo. I don't know if that's something council wants to pursue still. As an alternative, if council wanted to support the agriculture mental health side of things still, there is the Do More Ag Foundation, which is a national organization which supports agricultural mental health, just as an alternative option for you guys.
Glenn?
I'm going to let someone else make the motion, but maybe if we go through this, we could just split it up into 2 different motions, one for the ones that are still available, and then the last one for your recommendation. Thank you.
Anybody have an objection?
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
My suggestion was going to be just to pull the no funding request out. That's not saying if in the future if they, I guess, get reorganized and start up again that we wouldn't support them. But I wouldn't be in favor. I've got questions around it going to a mental health foundation and then it's still getting funneled to the no, because if they're suspended, yeah, I've got lots of questions around that. So, that being said, I would be in favor of the others, just not that one at this time.
Pull the AgNo out, essentially, is what we're saying.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we still need a motion for direction. Oh, I didn't see his light there. I was looking right at him. Go ahead.
I move that council approve the addition of $3,500 for Farming Forward, $2,500 for Ag Life as grants to organizations in the agricultural services operating budget for 2026.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. Veg management along highways. It's in page 10 of your agenda. Any comments, Liz?
When you're ready for questions, read by two councilors.
I couldn't decode that, Kara. Could you say that again, please?
Sorry, my apologies. I do have a question. Just not sure if there's if staff are making a presentation or.
I can hear it through here. Go ahead, Colin. Did you hear what she said?
I didn't. She may have requested some just clarification in regards to funding sources. So just a request from administration to council to identify a funding source along with the motion for the past one. Using our restricted reserve sheet there, we do need to have a funding source assigned to each motion made by council.
Glenn?
Was it not 026306-239, or is that not the funding source?
So just some clarification. So that is where the item will be placed within the operating budget.
Okay.
So essentially, we just need to provide a funding source to take from to put in that operating budget. Coming into this, because we are at that balanced budget position. So say if council were looking for, general operating or somewhere within those unrestricted reserves, that's where we will fund that GL account from.
You, excuse, one more question, please. Not through taxation on this one, then? You wouldn't recommend it?
No, the issue with what we have is with the way the interim budget is done is so taxation, we've essentially took in the mill rates where it's at, and then any surplus that's coming from the taxation's funding the balanced operating budget as it currently sits, and then the surplus from that has been placed in the reserve accounts. And so there essentially isn't, without doing an increasing in taxation or whatever, their taxation isn't. We do have that one that was done for the first one, the Star Catholic one. We can make that one just a small amount, so I assume we'll be able to absorb that one. But on a go-forward basis, taxation would not be an available funding source because all the extra taxation funds have been placed in the reserves, so we'll need to have it selected from the reserves.
Thank you.
And we have a formula for where the reserves, where the funding goes back into, right? So much to this account, so much to this account.
Yeah, and so yes, yeah, and so that speaks to our FIN4 policy. So that's at the completion of our fiscal year end. So for an example, this year, once we complete 2025, if we have a surplus from the operating, the approved final operating budget from 2025, say there's $200,000 as a surplus, as per our FIN4 policy, it allocates percentages of that through the various reserves. But when we come through for this budget, so as mentioned, the $3 million approximate that we do have a surplus from the operating budget, administration has proposed on the funding sheet, the two main places we have placed these funds is in equipment replacement. If council refers to their restricted reserve sheet under the column 2026 additions. And so we have approximately $4.9 million that are coming into additions from the operating budget. And this is where administration is proposing these funds be placed. There's the items such as recreation facilities. This is coming directly from the operating budget funds raised through the campgrounds, and as the water sewer capital, those are coming. But the arbitrarily placed ones, if we will, was administration proposed $1.5 million being placed in equipment replacement. We have $1,450,000, 708 placed to engineered structures, and as well as through a previous council motion, we do 3% of our non-residential assessment we put in the road restricted surplus, and so you'll see 698,000 in there as well too. So the 1.5 and really that 1.4 administration is recommending putting in these accounts essentially to give them a good solid balance there. Ultimately, council can pick and we can transfer over to make it work there. They represent, the reserves represent accounts kind of that previously were created for a specific use, but they are all available for any need council. Just because one puts buildings doesn't mean you can't use it for something else. We can transfer over or do what we want. So don't get too hung up on the titles of the reserves there. But ideally, we have placed the taxation surplus funds in the reserve, primarily in those 3 accounts. So that way, council, they can kind of just speak generally. For taxation items, I would recommend using general operating.
So you did put some in restricted or unrestricted road,
Yes,
Okay.
there's $700,000 came to the road surplus there. And then, as mentioned, 1.4, 1.5 in engineered structures and 1.5 in equipment replacement.
you just can't have cash sitting that isn't allocated, so we actually arbitrarily allocate them. The province doesn't let you just sit with the bank account of cash, so it has to be allocated to something. Glenn?
I move the council approves the addition of $15,000 for a trial vegetation management and weed control program on the Alberta Transportation right-of-ways to the annual operating budget. If utilized...
May I? Before you, sorry.
Okay,
No,
I withdraw my
apologies. Finish the
motion.
motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Oh,
I really, you know, we're having a hard time hearing you, Kara. I'm not sure what
is
you
it,
can do.
is it better now? Okay.
What?
I am going to change something up just to see.
Try speaking a little louder, maybe?
Okay. Okay, just one sec. Is that better?
Say something again?
Is that better?
A little bit.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean for the motion. I just had comments before you called the question. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, and just speak a little slower, if you can, too.
Okay, my apologies. I will try.
Okay, thank you. All right, so she said she had some comments. You made the motion already? All right. Glenn's unhappy with himself right now, so. Go ahead, Carol.
I move the council approves the addition of $15,000 for trial vegetation management and weed control program on Alberta Transportation right-of-ways to the annual operating budget, which, if utilized, will be billed back to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. With funding coming from general operating reserves.
Discussion? All those in favor?
May I?
Oh, discussion? Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's okay.
Go ahead, Kara.
Are we not getting into their lane? I think we should be holding the province more accountable to do their job, basically. And actually, I mean, to get down to it, Alberta Transportation and the contractors that they're using, they need to be held accountable. And I'm just struggling because I think if we approve this, we're kind of letting them get away with it, so to speak.
Did you decode that, Glenn?
I think, yeah, I'll let Liz speak to it, but I'm positive another county is already doing this, correct? And with some success. And we're just talking about spot spraying. We're not talking about doing an entire provincial highway network. We're talking when we see that there's an issue or we're getting lots of calls, just getting on those weeds quicker. We get, at least everyone gets one call, it seems like, in every division. And yeah, it's just swamping our department, and that's what we're looking for. It's just the ability to go hammer those weeds before they go to seed. But I'd like to, through the chair, for Liz to be able to speak to this, please.
Yeah, so different municipalities have different arrangements. Some municipalities make agreements with Alberta Transportation so that they hire the contractors or do the work themselves. And some municipalities go the route of enforcing Alberta Transportation under the Weed Act. So there are different tactics. Both are successful, I guess, in different ways. Just depends on the route or the tactic.
Go ahead, Dallas.
So our strategy has been to be in close communication with Alberta Transportation over the last number of years. After the last number of years that I've been on the ASB has been I think I'm approaching 7. So we've been down this road. We've been very kind, and I'd say patient. But like I said yesterday, we've been put at the end of the list. When it comes to mowing, you know how the mowing looked on provincial highways this year. You know what the weed situation looked like on provincial highways this year and last year and the year before. We're kind of get left to the end, and it just doesn't work. It's not an effective control method, and we're just displeased with the service. So this is how we stay in our lane. This is how we mitigate the situation. We've gone down the process. We've had the process. We've gone down that road of meeting with and having communication and requesting and complaints process, but it's just not working. So now we're going to go into an enforcement situation. So the trial vegetation management doesn't just mean chemical control for weeds, for noxious prohibited weeds, or pesky weeds. It also means a little bit of mowing in places where that's most effective, and maybe improving some line of sights and doing things that we need to do. We're going to get out there first and deal with the situation, and hopefully come back and have a good relationship with Alberta Transportation and just, foster this relationship. We're just taking a different route, that's all.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor.
Hey.
Go ahead, Karen.
Yes. Just looking for clarification. Just after Councillor Ekstrom's comments, I assumed that this was just for spot spraying, but it's now for mowing. And I maybe through the chair to administration.
Dallas?
Well, it's vegetation management. So it's a little bit of both. It's kind of us stepping into the area where some things have fallen through the cracks, and we're going to take care of that. So it's vegetation management. It's a little bit of whatever is required.
My question through the chair to administration, is that your understanding? Because it was my understanding it was just for spot spraying. And the second question I have, will we have written something in writing from AT or the contractor, assuming the liability on this too as well? Or I guess in essence, their AT's permission to be on their property doing this.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Liz.
Through the chair to Councillor Westerland. It is administration's understanding that it was for spraying hotspots as per the motion from ASB, as you can see in your RFD. In regards to the spraying on Alberta Transportation's property and right-of-ways, in an enforcement situation, if we follow the protocol set out by the Weed Act with noticing and enforcement, you don't have to have permission granted for that, if that's the path we go down. But again, we're hoping to foster a positive relationship with communication and agreement as well, so.
All right. No other discussion? Carol made the motion, correct? Oh, go ahead, Aria.
Just a quick question. So just to clarify, we currently do not have an agreement with Alberta Transportation to do this?
Correct. We, at this point, their highways are solely their responsibility with no involvement from us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Oh, more discussion, Dallas? Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so just for clarification of that, under the Act, that gives us the ability, the authority to step in where they have missed. So we're not out of our lane. If they do not deliver, then we have to enforce. We're compelled to do that. So that's the responsibility that the province has given to us. So we're just reciprocating and approaching it in a different fashion through the Act.
Aria?
Thank you for that. Just, I understood that part, just in the spirit of fostering the positive relationship that Liz was commenting on. I was just asking if we had the approval or not.
Go ahead, Dallas. Your light's still on?
So just, you guys, we can do this a number of different ways, but however it ends, I'll accept that result, but we've tried that. We've done that. We've been down that road. Been down that road many times, and we're just not satisfied with the result. So if we're not satisfied with the result, what's happening is we're allowing weeds that come into our municipality from many multiple sources to propagate in our county. And Alberta Transportation is not addressing it, so we have to fix it. We're compelled to.
Shane?
On Councillor Ekstrom's point, we did talk with Alberta Transportation last year. We had several meetings with them, and they took care of their weed problem for a small amount of time. And now the issue that we have is that they're going into our ratepayers' properties because they aren't being taken care of in a timely manner. This just helps us to foster not only a better relationship with our ratepayers, but also Alberta Transportation. And we are staying in our lane, in my opinion, and my understanding.
Go ahead, Ari.
Thank you. So with the $15,000, how many weeds are we getting? Like, is it really mitigating the problem, or is it just throwing $15,000 down the toilet?
You'll never catch up to the weed issue. All you do is try to manage it as best you can. So every little bit helps. Is it going to fix the whole problem? No. But if you take a look at this county, we're pretty clean compared to other municipalities. If you drive out to Yellowhead or you drive into Parkland, springtime, you'll see a lot of mayweed and oxeye daisy and a lot of other weeds there too. So all you can do is it's an ongoing battle.
And I'm not against, trying to get rid of the weeds. I'm just wondering exactly how far $15,000 will go, because it doesn't seem like it will go very far, in my opinion. So then is it a moot point, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Carol and Glenn?
Through the chair to administration, my understanding is that $15,000 was to engage a part-time contractor to identify those pieces, and we would still be taking that out of our general operating on the weed mitigation and the spot spraying, etc., and the mowing if required, and then rebilling that back to Alberta Transportation under that non-compliance. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Volk. Yes, if we go the enforcement route, then we will be hiring a contractor to complete any work which has been noticed to be completed under the Act, and then we bill the landowner back. So in this case, we would be billing back Alberta Transportation.
So that $15,000 is more of an administration cost that we're putting in to allow for us to do that rebilling and to handle that work getting completed.
Correct. It would be a flow through. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn?
So yeah, it's just going to be a trial, and it's not going to go far at all. You're right. It's just going to hit those hot spots that when they get calls about the weeds, they can go inspect it and take a quick look and then try to address it. So it's going to help a few people. It's not going to help a lot of people. And it's just a trial basis to see how this does work out. And if it's a failure, well then, but I do trust the staff we have to work with Alberta Transportation, and they've been really good. So they're excellent staff. They're going to be able to handle this well and engage and make sure everything's done in a way that works for everybody, I believe.
That's how you peel a fluff professionally. Very good, Glenn. Dallas?
Yeah, we never throw money away. $15,000 would do a significant amount of spot spraying. If you're spraying an area as large as this council chambers, for example, that doesn't cost a lot of money. And there are really only about, I'm going to say, 18 or 19 really hot spots that are just a terrible eyesore, and we can eliminate that. We can eliminate that, and we can satisfy our residents because of the weed propagation that's going into their property. it is a bit of a trial, but we know that it works. And not only was it just last year that we met with Alberta Transportation, we have met with Alberta Transportation over the years. This has been an ongoing problem. So we've got to go down this lane, in my opinion. And as I said earlier, maybe some people don't like what I have to say about us as the county getting on top of it and taking over this section. If the province doesn't want to do a good job of it, we'll do a good job of it. We'll do a better job of it. And we'd hire a contractor out and bill back to the province. So it's not something that comes out of our revenue generation. It's something that is billed back to the Alberta Transportation. So we just need to handle it better. And we'll do a much better job than they will.
For the sixth and final time. Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, so that's carried unanimous. The next item is approving the interim operating budget, but I think we'll leave that till we're done with the rest of this. Well, I'm just wondering if any of this stuff is going to float up. If it's not, then we can pass the interim budget.
Well, what would float up?
Well, no, I was leaving it open for that in case something did. Go ahead, Glenn.
I move to approve the 2026 interim operating budget.
Any discussion? It's always those $15,000 ones that take the longest to decide. Here, we're gonna spend 17 million and there's no questions. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, good job, you guys. We can go home. All right, capital and non-capital items requiring some direction here now. So there's a portable corral for the rental fleet. There was some issues raised in regards to the squeeze. What's your thoughts there? Go ahead, Shane.
Trying to think of how to word this nicely. These types of equipment are nice, but are they necessary? I know there was talk of this for emergency situations. We have things that we can use for emergency situations. There's people that rent these already in the area, and I think that this money could be spent in better ways in our agriculture department if that is something that we need. I just don't see a huge need for a piece of equipment like that when we already have portable corrals and a portable squeeze.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on this then? Dallas.
Yeah, I'm leaning into this because it fits into our emergency management strategy concept pretty well, but I'm not really interested in the handling the squeeze part of it as much. That's the lion's share of the cost. I'm kind of more interested in the containment side of things. That fits much better into our grander scheme of emergency management. So I think, in my opinion, we just need a little bit of wait time on this one before we go ahead with it. I think we can just flesh this out a little bit more we might be just a little bit premature in moving on this right now. But it's an interim budget, so we could bring it back perhaps in the new year if we think something fits better.
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, have we explored, is there any grants or funds available for this? Just building on Councillor Ekstrom's comments around disaster management. And something like this would be useful, like say in a fire or flood situation. Is there any funding, or have we looked in that avenue?
Through the chair to Councillor Westerland, at this point, we have not researched that. We were looking at it strictly from a ag equipment rental side of things, acknowledging that it does have a use in emergency management, but we could definitely explore that further.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Ekstrom. I think it is an interim capital budget. I would think we would be doing our due diligence if we explored maybe that avenue, even if, we've even got $20,000, it still helps offset the cost. And I think between now and April, we would be able to do some research and just see if we could qualify for funding.
Glenn?
Thank you, Chair. I would, I would agree with Councillor Westerland on that. We should be looking at that. Also, I had no idea, there are local, through the chair to the manager, there's local rental available here if somebody wants to use this piece of equipment?
Through the chair to Councillor Gunderson, I am unaware of that. If Councillor Blosky has more information, I'd be very interested in that, but I am unaware of a local rental of this piece of equipment.
I'll go through the chair to Councillor Blosky.
Yeah, go ahead, Shane.
There is a rental out of Rimbey.
Oh, okay.
They have, and theirs is fully solar. You don't have to crank it up by hand. It's all runs on electric and batteries and up and down. I would say this as well, if emergency management for livestock is the concern, there are better options that are not just, this is cattle, bison, maybe horses. There are other options if that's our issue, if that's what we want as emergency management for livestock, then we need to find something that's going to do everything, because that won't do pigs. They'll just go right through that. So if that's something that we want, I think we need to wait until we get our emergency response plan for livestock and then decide what we need to do, because then if that is a big issue, then maybe we need to look at a livestock trailer, not a portable corral facility. As far as a rental, I don't see a need for it.
Okay, well then, we'll just put a pause on this one here and defer it till discussions in the spring. So if somebody wants to make that in the form of a motion to table this till the springtime? I see head jiggles, no, oh, there's some lights.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'll just move to remove the portable corral for agriculture rental fleet from the capital operating budget at this time.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cynthia Rink Restorations. Glenn?
I move to defer the Cynthia Rink renovations to the 2027 budget meetings.
And I think we have to do something, I'm not sure what, but it might even be just like we're making people that live in Cynthia clean up their mess. I think if nothing else, we clean up the mess, right? And maybe do nothing else. Or maybe we do something else, I'm not sure. But we can wait till the springtime for that. All right, so your motion's on the floor. Any other discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. The hall demolition at Rocky Rapids.
May I?
You can start, Kara, go ahead.
Thank you. This is another one I'm struggling with, and I'm on the fence with. If we're, given some of the information we've been gathering on this, I know that there is some liability on our part, but is there more work that we could do with the association right now? This is a huge cost, and I don't think that the county should bore the entire cost of this. That being said, I also am not aware of, even in my other circles and the other hats, all the other hats that I wear, if there's any funding sources for this, or, you know, even talking to the insurance companies. I would imagine Rocky Rapids, the community league's got their own separate insurance. We have insurance. Like, is there other options? Or I'm really struggling. I know we've got a tight budget, and I'm struggling with the cost on this. And I understand, I know we're dealing with hazardous materials, but have we really exhausted all of the avenues on this one?
That I don't have an appetite to spend $225,000 just to tear down a building.
I agree with you, Reeve, but the question remains, so two things. I mean, it's a derelict building. We have bylaws and community standards. It needs to be dealt with. Plus, we know the hazardous issues. And yes, I know it's fine as long as it's not disturbed. But there's a liability and a risk there. I mean, it could burn down. There's like many, and I know it's the what ifs, and, probably laugh right now. I can't see you, but the sky is falling kind of thing. But the problem is, we know this stuff happens. I guess I'm trying to find that balance right now. I don't want to spend the money either, but we also have to be reasonable with the risk we're accepting too at the same time.
Glenn?
Through the chair to administration, do we know what we're paying in utility costs for that? What are our costs every year for that building? Or do we have an idea?
I can find out, but because the hall's not operating, there, it should be minimal. They don't. I know when we do when they apply for funding, they don't get any money that way, so it's minimal.
Okay.
It's just the water for the outdoor rink. And I know, sorry, to get into that discussion too much, but if, like I mentioned yesterday, the well part of if you could consider that part as far as the well, the artesian well, the funding for that, if you don't go any further with it.
Aria?
Thank you. So my concern with this would be, I mean, I don't really want to spend this money either, but if we wait and push it off, is that bottom line just going to grow? And we're going to have to deal with it anyways? Is it just going to get more expensive down the line, and then we're going to be wishing that we would have made that decision today?
Unless there's other sources of funding is all I can think of for to tear it down and get rid of it, or maybe the fire department wants to use it as a practice entity till it disappears. I don't know. It's just nice to explore as many different things as we can. It's easy just to throw money at something. Go ahead, Carol. Now that time I screwed up for sure.
Thank you, Reeve. Through the Reeve 2 administration, have we inquired of the community group that was operating the hall previously to see if there is any funds available that they can contribute to the demolition piece of this expense?
I haven't asked that question directly, but I haven't seen their financials because they, I don't believe they have any real funding or any reserves. One thing we could do is, as far as I know, there's some different ideas for that whole site. There's been ideas as far as dog park and different things. We could wait and see what the master plan, as far as consultation, see if that, and then if there's something that comes out of that, we could work with the society and look for CFEP funding, grant funding, if we have an idea, then it can offset half the costs going forward. If we have an idea,
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, just trying to be creative. I know we were successful in getting a CFEP grant for the playground using the association. Something like this, could it be covered by a CFEP grant? I'm not sure. I'm not sure the criteria. I don't know that grant stream as well, but I kind of say that, giggling a little bit. But could we use potentially grant money that way? Because even if we can get half the cost picked up, that would be amazing.
Lee, you got some comments? Light up, Lee. There we go.
sorry, I turn it off because then I can hear easily.
Yes.
But I know, sorry, did I hear your question correctly there, Kara? That if there's any like CFEP for the project we have right now for reclamation stuff, CFEP won't cover that. It'll be new construction or renovations. It won't cover what we have in there.
Okay, thank you.
And then my thoughts often go to demolition. Is there anybody that'd be interested in tearing it down and salvaging what they can? I don't know what there is that's salvageable, but
We still have to do the, as far as the, sorry, what do we got?
Just further research on the demolition is.
I know that, just checking here, demolition is permitted as a category in CFEP. But I know we have to do the, as far as the asbestos part of it, we have to, but we can check into that more, okay? Follow up and work with the society, see if we can offset that with a grant, yeah.
okay, so
May I?
go ahead, Kara.
Did I just hear some good news and maybe a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel? Did I hear correctly that demolition could be included in that?
It said demolition is eligible, but I'm not sure,
interesting.
if there's
How much?
strings
Okay.
attached to that as far as a bigger project, but we can look into that, yeah.
I would be willing to make a motion to defer this, to give administration more time to look in other options and funding streams. I just don't know, if I deferred it, do I need to set a date, or can I just move to defer it until administration has more time to gather more information?
Just defer this till the springtime as well.
Okay, I move to defer the Rocky Rapids Hall demolition till the spring of 2026 to allow administration to explore funding options.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. $495, Range Road 71 to 73. Now, this is just $4 million, so it shouldn't take long to.
I'm not sure if staff are speaking, but I have just a few comments.
A bit of background info. Is it okay time now to present some information? So just following up from yesterday, I did provide some handouts to council this morning, and I've sent an email of those handouts to you, Kara, as well. One being the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, the STIP program. So the most recent documentation received from MLA, Bochenko, July of this year, which showed the 4 separate funding streams. Specifically, what we're talking about is the local road bridge program and the resource road program. So backing onto that, I did 2 handouts and highlighted some areas of interest just with the the deadline submission, and as the cost sharing. So the local road bridge program, same as what we chatted about yesterday, with the 75% being provincial contribution and 25% being ours. However, with the resource road program, it's 50-50. So that is a big difference there. And then looking further into the resource road program, a couple things: municipalities can only receive funding from one project under that every 2 years. And then ineligible projects, it does specify that paving is ineligible under that program. So that was just a point to note there. We did get there's a few conversations yesterday, so I'll just throw some information. Dave did get some pricing on the pulverizing, as we talked about. So from 2 different companies. One had it at $775 per hour, plus a $5,000 mobilization fee. So you're looking at $7,750 daily. The other company was $1,200 an hour, so $12,000 daily, assuming a 10-hour day, and they would estimate doing 1 kilometer at 10 hours. So that's that cost. Obviously, there will be other costs involved in it for the sole scope of the project, but for the pulverizing, that's some costs we can look at. I think we had a few more information on road counts for 495 specifically. There was higher traffic on the 72 to 73 portion, that first portion, rather than the second portion. So I don't know if that's of interest in talking about the project.
Screen or?
Yes, definitely. So a few things. So this was the one handout regarding the resource road program. So just that it's 50-50. It would be rated higher if there was a 25% contribution from the private sector. I'm not sure that we would have that on 495, but other ones we talked about that we may have that. Eligibility, and then you go down to this is where it talks about ineligible projects, and it specifies paving doesn't fall under that, unfortunately.
So when we did the Sunchild upgrade, we communicated with Weyerhaeuser, and they did some calculations, and they said, if you upgrade this road, we're gonna save 15 minutes per truck on each load that we actually send out. And they calculated it was around 350,000, and they gave us that money as a partner in developing the Sunchild upgrade. That wasn't paving, that was just strictly upgrading the road to a good gravel road. So they saw it just a natural, if they can save 15 minutes, this is how much money we'll save. So we don't want to think about, or we don't want to forget about those strategies, and then maybe something in the future here, especially if the Sunchild has to be done soon, that we have those discussions with industry again.
This is a background document showing the 4 separate funding streams available under the STIP program. And then also what you have is the local road bridge program, which, yeah, 75, 25%, that new bridges aren't eligible, but yeah, that program we have seen some success with in the past. I did want to just note, because it's not on the list for today, but for Moose Hill Bridge, we do have a motion from interim budget last year. So unless directed otherwise, I would just be reapplying for STIP for Moose Hill Bridge again this year, unless directed otherwise.
Is that it, Peppa?
Yes, I think that's all I wanted to present, and definitely have more information if there's any other questions on any of these projects.
And don't rule out lobbying capacity as well, that the road south of Violet Grove, it was denied as a resource road.
Sorry, through the roof, if I can add one more comment, trying to encompass a few things here. But on the page 6 of 10, we have our 5-year capital plan. I know there was discussions about the 5-year plan yesterday. So yeah, as for the priorities, we stand behind what's on there. There was one thing we wanted to note, the microsurfacing. If you're looking for areas to move, the microsurfacing on the Sunchild and Elk River Road, you could push that. It is going to put other items to the 6th year then, so that is a risk of doing that. But that would be one that you could defer if there was other priorities.
I'm always concerned about industry. You know, they're our key partner that's out there, and we want to do a lot of things that enhance their ability to move on wheels, so. Well, what's your thoughts here on 495? There's some, I thought there was some further information we needed on that, the discussions yesterday.
To the Reeve, there was the pulverizing costs, so presented that, so that is an option. But if you are thinking of paving the future, probably it would be up to council what the thoughts are there. I don't believe the traffic counts hit, we kind of go by half of what Alberta Transportation does, which is 400 a day, so we go by 200 a day. I don't believe the traffic counts quite hit that, but they do almost hit it on the first section, the 72 to 73, for paving.
May I? Thank you. And that was what my question was going to be around. If we looked at paving the first mile, the second mile still needs to be dealt with just due to the poor soil. I guess what would that look like and what would that be to the cost? And this is one that I would suggest for borrowing too as well.
So to Reeve, to council, I'm not sure that question was to me, but if you were looking at paving the first mile, so the cost that we've presented, we'd have that, but then you might want to look at the addition of the pulverizing of the second mile. I presented some costs this morning of just the pulverizing. To get that full scope of that cost for the second mile, I'd have to do a bit of research. I need to come back in a couple of weeks for that part.
Okay, and my question would be around if we're looking at pulverizing, will that fix the unstableness of that road? So what I'm thinking about, I understand we're dealing with tight budgets. What would we need to? The road needs to be fixed, no matter what we do. Whatever it looks like, it has to be fixed. That road's falling apart. My suggestion would be we pave the first mile. And then the second mile, we have to do a rebuild of some sort, whether it's gravel and then we put dust control on it, because the other issue is, I believe the oil and gas industry still access and run their trucks all the way to the end of that portion, correct?
Do the Reeve to Council Westland? Yes. So the industry does travel to the last portion, and we could have conversations with them about the maintenance cost and dust control costs, because it doesn't quite meet the threshold for free dust control on the county's portion of it.
Okay. And then I believe there was a chart too about the looking at borrowing, and I believe this would be a road. My suggestion would be is to borrow for this.
Glenn?
Through the chair to administration, so to mobilize, does it make sense just to do it all at one time and not mobilize a bunch of equipment? If we were to pave that second section later on, the cost would be a lot more, wouldn't it? Like, if we're going to do it, is there any economics? Does it make sense to just do it all at once if the equipment's there, or Or does it make sense to do 1 mile and then 5 years later could bring everybody back in and do that last mile?
Through the read to council, if we are having a conversation about paving the second mile down the road, it would be suggested to do it all at one time. There wouldn't be a benefit and it wouldn't be cost effective to pulverize it, get back to gravel, and then have to then retouch and start all over again a number of years down the road. It would not be recommended. But if you wanted, from an administration, this would be council's decision. From an administration standpoint, that second mile does not meet our threshold for paving. So I don't think it would ever come across my desk where I would be recommending it at this time unless the traffic count numbers did change on that portion.
Yeah, carry on, Glenn.
So if we'd have to rebuild that second mile anyways, if we're gonna pave the first mile and then rebuild the second mile, dig all that dirt out, does it make sense then just to pave it, or what are your thoughts on that then? Like, for me, it's like, yeah, if we're gonna rebuild 2 miles of road completely, why not just pave it all while everything's there? But does it make sense just to do that?
But you can't pave over the area that Kara talked about. It's subsoil that's the problem, not the pavement. Well, not all of it doesn't have to be rebuilt. The first part doesn't have to be, does it?
To the Reeve, yes, the report that you had yesterday with the whole geotechnical investigation, so the recommendation was to rebuild the whole part of it. Again, I'm going by their recommendations. Right, this road's been touched a number of times. It's shown in the past, this road, that it's not productive to touch it more times is not better. So one mobilization, one time would be ideal. However, if you're looking at it and you're not looking down the future to pave the second mile, there would be some cost savings right now. But if we are having that conversation about paving the second mile at some point, then ideally, I'd assume you'd want to do that all at one time. But it's open to your recommendations and discussion there.
So there wouldn't be any paving going on next year anyway. If nothing, you're saying that just the first mile has to be rebuilt first?
No, so the council report is for both miles. But through conversation with council yesterday, there was the questions regarding if you would like to pulverize it back to gravel, if you wanted to pave it, if you wanted to split sections up. So it's kind of council discussions.
Dallas?
Yeah, I walked away from the conversation yesterday when Dave was here that this road can't handle a surface. It can't handle an improved surface, so pulverization is pretty much the only option that is here. But there are too many ifs and maybes in regards to this. I think we should press pause on this and really hyper-focus our attention on what our strategy is right here, right now, because this is a lot of money, and we just can't afford that.
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
Pulverizing isn't the only option, I think.
Let's just pause this.
Yeah, pulverizing isn't going to solve the problem. That's just the surface.
To the reach to council, so that was a conversation that came up yesterday we started, and that is an option. I think that was talked about over a number of different roads yesterday. But the report and what came forward was a full rehabilitation of this road and asphalt put on this road, and that's what the costs are, and that's what the recommendation on the attached report from B3 is.
Hello, I'm back. Is somebody else speaking, and can I get in the queue to speak again, please?
Carol?
Thank you. To administration, through the Reeve, we spoke yesterday about those two pieces because they both had the Cape Seal product on them, and we've done some testing on them. And from what I understand, the second mile, so the first mile is right in front of all the residences. That's the one that we're looking at paving. The second mile is the one that's kind of in question, that has the really poor soil. But right now, it is rated at a 2.4, so it's in poor shape. So whether we pulverize and lay it back down, something has to be done with that road. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through council, to council, yes. It is a very low rating now. So it's just the decision now of what you want to do with it. Administration, it doesn't meet our paving thresholds with the traffic, but I know that has been a resident ask, so that's why it's deferred to council.
So we could technically pulverize it and bring it back to that gravel state, and it would bring it back into a good state. We wouldn't have to tear the road back down and rebuild the road at that point. Is that correct?
Correct, and then we would be able to maintain it in-house ourselves, as Dave was talking about yesterday. It was just the conversation, though, in 2 years' time, if we're looking at, if your council wants to pave it, then it wasn't recommended to do a big pulverizing and then 2 years later do something different again. But yes, that is an option.
But once again, that second mile doesn't have the road count.
That's right.
So the first mile does.
Close to it, not quite, but
Not
close to it.
But close.
Yeah.
Okay. And we need to do something on that first mile as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair to
May I?
administration. Oh, sorry, yeah, go, Karen.
No, sorry, you go ahead. I can wait. I can wait in line. My apologies.
Through the chair to administration. So neither of these sections meets our road count, and that is half of what Alberta Transportation does. That's my first thing. And the second one was, well, when this was gravel, the subsurface, if that's the right term, was able to support a gravel road at the 8.2 and 8.3 excellence rating. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bosky, correct. And I think in the report you have that rating, which was a high rating. The road rated what great as a gravel road. Significantly went down when it was rated based on it being a hard surface with the Cape seal. So yes.
Kara, go ahead.
Thank you. My question was, I believe, just looking for clarification, the first mile is busy enough for, or meets the road count, correct? It's the second half that doesn't. And I think just some previous comments, something needs to be done with this road. It's falling apart. It's sinking. I'm not in favor of letting it sit there and do nothing with it, but I am open to being creative on how we're going to manage the situation. I am concerned if we were to put it back to gravel, the reason it even has a hard top surface on it is because of the amount of traffic. And if I heard correctly yesterday, staff did say, like, we're looking at maintenance every two to 3 days on this road. That's a concern too as well.
I'm just looking at the second mile there. What has it got? A half a dozen residences? Roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, but there is, what's the next range road? It would be Range Road 72. I believe there would be more residents. I'm just quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's still 7 more that access that road at the end of 495 and 72. And then there's residences on both sides. Actually, would that be 70? Yeah, it would be 72 and then 71. Both north and south, those are dead ends, and they both filter back onto 495 too as well. So I know you're just commenting on the residents that are actually on the road. It's accessed by more than just those ones directly on the road, that there is a number of dead end roads that have quite a few residents. This is a very highly developed area. We have allowed a very high number of subdivisions to happen here. Right across 494, 70, 72, 71.
Glenn, then Aria.
You said that, well, through the chair to administration, so the road count, if I was right, it was like 270 vehicles a day on that first stretch from 73 to 72. What was the road count? It was quite high, wasn't it?
It was 190 approximately, I think.
190?
185 or something. It was under 200.
Oh, and you said that the limit for paving is like 400?
It's 200.
Oh,
so
200.
Alberta Transportation is 400. We go by half of that, so ours is 200. So we, as administration, if it's, even in that gray area, until it's at 200 is where we do the free dust control and the paving, so we wait for that.
Oh, so this wouldn't even be qualified for the free dust control then?
No, it would not, but we could talk to industry traffic and see if there's any partnership options with them, cost sharing for that portion.
Aria?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration or council, anyone who has history, I'm just wondering, why did we Cape Seal this road in the first place? Like, what was the motivation here, like, to do the Cape Seal if it didn't meet the road counter criteria for paving? I know it's not paving, but
I would say that there was political pressure to get it done.
from residents?
Residents, yeah, residents wanted it.
Yeah, I can build on that. It was pressure from the area, not only from the residents. It's because of the type of traffic. There is, like I said, how many residences are along the road. And then that, the added sewer trucks are there, plus industries on that road too as well.
So then my concern...
And I'm not sure, my other thing too is I'm not sure when the road counts would be done too as well. The time of the day and the day of the week also affects those numbers too as well.
So then my concern would be that if we turned it back to gravel...
A little closer, please.
Sorry, and this was such a huge push for the initial Cape Seal, then are we not concerned about backlash? Like, and that shouldn't be a motivation, but I'm just saying, like, if that was the initial motivation, I think this was just an error and a mistake, and now we might just have to own it.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go in over the last number of years, and part of it is divisional fairness. You try to spread the money around a bit, and so some projects just aren't going to make it. In 83, I don't know what the numbers are in it, quite frankly. That one might have got done prematurely as well, but it's about improving the county as a whole, and maybe we have to lower our standards to 150 vehicles a day to qualify for pavement. But having even said that, you're going to have some areas, the further you get away from Drayton Valley, the less traffic there is just naturally, right? All roads lead to Rome. I've said this before. And we're still trying to have Brazeau as better than any place else. And so maybe we are a little short, with the numbers and stuff, but it's making the whole county a better place. And like you say, there's a lot of other benefits to asphalt or asphalt type surfaces. The dust is bad for your plant health. It's bad for your animal health. It's bad for human health. And then the efficiencies that you get by having a paved road are significant. So, and then it helps to keep the shoulders in. We heard that from Dave as well. It helps to keep the shoulders from pushing out, right? So we're not having to rebuild shoulders. We're not graveling every year. We're not grading. The only thing we do is snowplow in the wintertime, and most of that can be initially serviced with snowplow trucks.
May I? Just building, may I agree?
Go ahead.
Just building on that too, some more history on this road. So it came to council, I believe, I'm thinking the 2015 timeframe, discussion started. It was due for a rebuild, even in the gravel state. So the road was pancaked out, it was flattened, we were having maintenance issues with the road. And then it was approved for a rebuild. And in that, the residents did ask, they said, if you're in here and you're doing all this work, can we get some sort of, they were asking for pavement then. And council of the day said no to the pavement, but looked at a hard top surface. So that's kind of what started this. This didn't just all of a sudden we decided to put hard top on this road. There's a lot of history spanning close to a decade on this road. The issue was when this road was rebuilt, I believe it was 2016, 2017, that first 2 meters material is subpar, which is causing us the problems. And since then, we've done a number of things. I believe we put soil cement on this road trying to dry it out. That didn't work, so we went back the next year and then injected it, I believe, up to 2 feet in along that road to try and stabilize the road. And then we put the hardtop on top. So that's how it came about. It was up for a gravel road rebuild, and then the residents effectively and industry and had asked for the sealant. But it's been quite a process to get where we're at now.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, but before we do that, I'm just wondering, with road counts, do we have a fairly up-to-date county map with road counts on it, Pippa?
I don't have a road count for this road within the last year.
No, I mean just the whole county as well, so you can kind of take a look at where the road counts are throughout the whole county kind of thing?
To the reeve, I don't have them on a map. I have a system where I go into to find the road counts. And that's where I pulled these numbers for the most recent one on this road. So if there's any specific ones you want, I can check with maintenance and see.
Okay, you don't have a whole map. Like I remember us seeing maps where you had the numbers put around, but we don't have one of those lately done.
Not lately, no.
Okay.
We could definitely build that in no time, but I just don't have it. But I have all the documents and the data and the road counts. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have anyone in particular. I was just trying to get a
You
big picture.
mentioned 83, and I do think the last count that was done there just hits the 200, I believe. Yeah, but I don't have one for 495 for last year, so I could definitely, and I can look back and get more information about, before and after Cape Seal traffic counts. I just don't have a count from last year. We can put a counter out there. Normally, ideally, we're not doing it in the winter. Once we have the snow flying, that's not going to work so well.
Yeah, because I noticed the counters, you had quite a few counters out over the last year, doing different roads at different times. So that's why I was wondering, has that been cataloged and put onto a map somewhere?
No, but we definitely can get it on a map. Yeah, I have it all cataloged and I can get it ready for you. I just don't have that right now.
And so what sort of a time frame? Would that take a month or?
I will check with that. It's GIS that would do that for us, so she'd take all my data and we'll put it into that. So I'd have to run that by her.
So let's take a 5-minute break. I don't know if Rudy, if you can get a hold of your GIS to ask them just how long it would take to develop a map with the latest road counts. And it may also show where we haven't done road counts, but you maybe know that already. So let's take a 5-minute break. So, we were still working on 495.
Information. Okay, to the Reeve, if I could, there was a couple questions asked. So during the break, I mentioned the pulverizing cost that was asked to bring back. So we did bring that back and mention, but that pulverizing cost wouldn't just be the only cost of doing that 1 kilometer. There would be additional to it. So to back on to what Dave said yesterday, that for that second section, pulverizing would not fix the base. So we would be looking at the upgrade removal of existing material as well. So if you do make the decision to do the paving on one section and do the pulverizing on the second, I don't have the full cost of what that could be. It's definitely an option to ask us to look into that and bring that back. The second part you asked about a row count map, so referring it to the GIS department, the row count map, we could get to you within a week, maybe even less, but if you could maybe specify if it's, within the last 5 years, the last 2 years, last 1 year, or if it's every road or specific roads, and then we can definitely build something there.
Data that you have, looking at the history,
Okay, maybe
yes,
last
it's
4 or
good.
5 years.
But is, it's really the current, traffic counts that are going on, what's been happening the last 2 or 3 years, so.
Okay.
Glenn?
Oh, yeah.
Why were you gonna make a motion on something?
Yeah, so I would just say, let's just please pause this just before we make a decision on it. We are now facts-based. This is the era of facts-based decision-making. So let's rely solely on facts. Nobody can deny facts. Facts do not have feelings. It's easy to justify those types of decisions when there's facts to support it. Initially, it started out with a trial. That's the reason why we tried this product. We're looking for something that was less expensive than asphalt, because we know how expensive asphalt is and what kind of a base it takes to sustain an asphalt surface. So it started out as a trial product. It was an interesting trial, and soil cement's been around for a long time, but we tried a new way of doing things, and it didn't entirely work out the way that we had hoped. But that's okay. We like to try new things sometimes. So I'm just wondering if there's a number of different things that we can look into, and that's why I want to press pause just for a bit. So a little bit of weight restriction now put on the east end, and some weight restriction considerations about how much we put on this road. So it's not a very big road. So we need to seriously consider how many axles can go on there. Because that's what will kill any road. So let's just have a serious, sober thought on that. Are there alternative ways of transferring fluid? Because it's fluid that's the heavy traffic that's really taking the toll on this piece of infrastructure. So effluent enters the lagoon there, and other fluids, other wastewater fluids enter the lagoon there. Is there another way that we could tap into, and I'm just asking because I don't know, that we could tap into a pipeline and have like a depot where we're not traveling on the road, we're minimizing the amount of road traffic, and we're have a station where we're able to dump fluid?
That was talked about when this was going around, and there was a proposal. I can't remember what it was, but it was like having a docking station, not right there, so that the traffic wasn't coming down the road. But I don't know if that included landowners or private setup, but that is an option. No different than you see at some campgrounds. There'll be a dumping station, and it goes directly into, a pipeline that goes to a sewer, and so. That was talked about back when we were doing this, but nothing ever transpired on that. But maybe that is an option, is directing that traffic a way, and might even mean working with the landowner that's out there to see if they'd be interested in something like that. So it is an option to try to reduce the traffic. No different than it would be for the oil companies to have a chat with them to say, is there any way you can bore your fluid transfer operation?
Is there a pipeline?
Yeah, like a pipeline, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So there is other options besides just making a heavy-duty road, but those are all things that you'd have to get into discussions with the various parties to see if there is some option in that regards. Because pipelines are generally the cheapest way to transfer your fluids instead of trucking it, right?
Yeah, and there is a statutory right-of-way there, and I'm not necessarily saying that it needs to be developed to a road standard, but it still could be used as a utility corridor. So, please press pause.
Glenn?
So yeah, I guess looking back through some of the old newspaper articles I came across after my father-in-law passed, this has been in pause since 1992 is when the discussions were. It was really interesting reading the old Western reviews about the thoughts on this road and the contentious issues on this road. Yeah, those people living there, they're already dealing with the sewage lagoon. They're dealing with a lot of trucks going up and down that road. It's a narrow road because a lot of the landowners wouldn't sell, right? So it's hard to get past anybody. So it's a road that needs work. And I don't know if anybody knows just how much money has been spent on it. A lot. We're probably talking in the ballpark of $6 million to date. And this is just, and council's time alone is amazing, the amount of time that this has been. So it's a historical road. It's been a long time. It's been on pause, and we're just not getting any further. So with that, I'll make a motion that I move that council approve the reconstruction, removal, and replacement of Township Road 495 from Range Road 71 to 73 with a 20-year paving design with the attached report, pages 6 to 10, with an estimated cost of $4 million and funded through borrowing.
Dallas?
Yeah, I know it's been very highly contentious, and it's been driven by want, not necessarily need. And that's how things used to happen back here now. It's never went well for us. We have failed in countless times just by things that are driven by political will. It's not a good way to, it's not a good governance model. But, okay, let's put all the facts on the table. That's what I'm asking for, facts-based decision-making. I cannot deny facts. Facts do not have feelings. It's precisely what I'm talking about. If all the boxes tick, all the stars align, it's an easy decision to make. So I don't want to pause it for the next 4 years, but let's just pause it until, let's pause it before we make the final budget in March, and we can bring it back in, say, January. And for us to procure the tradespeople or the contractors in order to do that, I have no problem. I don't think we will have any issue procuring those people. I don't think if it gets pushed back 1 year into 27, that's not going to be the end of the world. We have a surface there that can be maintained and improved, and we can put weight restrictions on, and we can get through a year relatively easily. And I'm just saying that if we don't have the information, how am I going to explain this to people in Division 6 if we don't have the facts to drive it?
Mayor Reinhardt?
Yeah, just before you go there, Karen, like, we did the operating budget in a way that put everything on the table first before we made any motions. And that's what I'd like to see here. What other requests are there out there across the county before we start making one at a time decisions, and then there's no money left for any of the other divisions? Like, we did it with the operating where we looked at everything first before we made any motions. And I would like to keep that same sort of process going on instead of just picking the first thing that comes to the surface. So it's for those reasons that I can't support it.
May I?
Go ahead now, Kara.
Thank you, Lee. Just on that last comment, we actually are following the exact path and what we were doing before. We went through the operating budget, and just prior to this motion, we made all the motions for the last one. We started up top and we're fairly done. I believe the motion includes this for borrowings, which shouldn't affect looking for the money this year, as it's got the borrowing provision in it. And I think there is enough facts. I think it's time to make a decision. I agree with Councillor Gunderson's comments. This road, I didn't realize the history that far back, but I know for the last decade that this road has been a constant issue. We're constantly throwing money at it every single year, and I'm really happy to support finally, once and for all, having an issue for not only the residents, and I know we've talked a lot of last couple of days about economics and industry in our county. And yet again, I will remind that this road is heavily used by industry, and also has the lagoon issue with all the trucks that we've put on it. So thank you, Glenn, for making the motion. And I don't think we're deviating at all from what we've been doing previous by making a motion. If we weren't making a motion, we would be deviating from what we've been already doing this morning. Thank you.
We haven't even talked about the other roads yet, Kara, throughout the county here.
Yes, we have. We went through them yesterday, as we did with the operating budget the day before.
We did the ones from the operations point of view, but we haven't brought up 83. We haven't brought up roads out on the east side of the river. All we did was talk about primarily the operating budget and some of the things that came through there. So, I think,
and we went through the capital budget just as we did the operating budget.
Dallas.
Yeah, facts don't have feelings, so let's just put the facts on the table. It seems like it's just heavily politically driven, and that's the reason why that we're doing this. And there's a lot of history behind what happens on the west side of the river and what happens on the east side of the river. I'm trying to put that behind me, and I'm doing my best to do that. But if we're using vehicle counts, which is the single most important driver, and we've cut Alberta Transportation's threshold in half, and we're still not meeting that half, that means we don't have the facts. We're not ready for the decision on this. So I would ask that we table the motion. I'd ask that we'd withdraw the motion. I would ask to defer the capital project, something of that nature, at least until the new year. Beep.
Aria.
Thank you. I think at least some of the facts are in the geotechnical investigation that we're presented with, and the condition of the road itself, and the rating scales, and what administration has brought to us with the condition of the road. I think those are some facts that we can look at. Maybe in the past it's been politically driven, but there was a trial on the Cape Seal. It failed. The road is failing, and that's the facts. And we have to deal with it somehow or another.
Well, any other comments? Carol?
And this is also the main access to the lagoon that we operate, so that's another fact that comes into play on this road. Yes, it's not necessarily just about the vehicle counts of residential vehicles going back and forth. There's industry, but the lagoon is also a major piece.
So that's on the first mile, but he's talking doing both miles. The second mile doesn't come anywhere near the standards.
I agree, Reeve. The piece on the second mile, if we did pulverize it, we still have to bring that road up to grade, so there's going to be expensive costs there as well. So if we're doing that anyway, why not just do the 2 miles? But that's just my opinion.
Anything else? Dallas?
So if we could just answer the question, why can't we why can't we move fluid through pipeline, effluent or wastewater to the lagoon? Why is that not an option? That would be a simple, that would be a very simple fix. Could we answer that question? And that would limit traffic, that would limit weight, that would make a number of limitations. That would help mitigate the whole problem.
Aria?
Yesterday, were we told that the landowner, that we used to drive trucks through the land, and then the relationship fell to pieces, so he cut off that access? So with a pipeline through landowners, that's a concern, is that they would want nothing to do with that.
Dallas?
Thank you. May I start? Oh, sorry. May I
We do
start
have
asking?
existing infrastructure, and where is that? Like, what road is that? Is there a statutory right-of-way that we've lost control over somehow, or what are they talking about? I don't know what that is.
That's the
Agreed to
one from the
council, I
north,
believe
is it?
that there was an agreement that we could go through their land.
From the transfer station,
I'll just let her put the map up there, so.
from the north?
Here's a map that showed, I thought it was the white line to the north. And they didn't go across the creek.
Didn't?
Okay, sorry, I'm losing my place now.
I'm just,
From the south.
you might have been north of that, of 495 there. Keep going. Yeah, right there, that white trail on the top there, coming from the north down.
Oh, there.
But I'm not sure if that was the one they were talking about.
So put the little hand on the lagoon, just so everybody knows where the lagoon is. That seems to be the high-traffic area.
Going down here.
On the,
Sorry, I'm asking for detailed information, but I'll let council continue conversations, right? I have to collect some info here.
Okay, the other,
go ahead if you want.
So yeah, the road that accessed that lagoon was on my father's land. Just to the, he was straight
Right,
east
yeah.
of Rocky Rapids, but the backside, part of that road went through his land, and then the other part stretching to the west went through another fellow's land. And it was an oil field road. It was absolutely, you could only really use it when it was dry. It was so muddy, and it had gates. And eventually the fellow that owned the land to the west, he just decided that was enough with it. Once, it wasn't used that much, but I think once some of the estates needed to actually started hauling their sewage away, then that road got really busy, and that's what happened. It was just used off and on the odd time, but then once you started seeing hundreds of trucks going through, well, it became too much for him. So that's what happened. But it was not it wasn't a good road, and it went through two different properties to access that lagoon. That's kind of why they went this way.
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
Actually, and then just building on what Councillor Gunderson, in between using the road that he just spoke about, there was at one time access off of Range Road 73 and a lease road there, and I believe there was 4 landowners that owned parcels and pieces and parts of that road. And again, landowners, actually, I want to stay positive. Honestly, the landowners were great to deal with. They just had enough. They had enough of all the traffic going through their property. They had enough of gates being not locked when they're supposed to be locked, and there is livestock back in there. And then that's, I want to say 215 to 216 is when we moved them over onto 495, and then the Range Road in that way. So we tried a number of different things. We are where we're at today. I think just make a decision, and this needs to get fixed. And we got to stop throwing money at this. And I think a fix once and for all. And I think what the motion that is on the floor is a 20-plus year solution to an ongoing battle every year with this road.
Yeah, so that's just showing that there is no undeveloped road or right-of-way here. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dallas.
Okay, so maybe this question's for Darcy. I'm not sure. But where is our infrastructure taking effluent from Rocky Rapids to the lagoon? Is there any way we can identify that path it takes? Does it follow a right-of-way, or does it go on private land? Is there any, do we know the size of it? It's 24-inch?
If you'd like to table, we can bring information back.
Can it
We
handle fluid?
Yeah, talk to utilities and come down.
Okay, can we do that?
Council decision.
Yeah, you can ask for the information.
Okay, so can I just table until, how much time would you like?
After lunch.
After lunch sometime?
All right, so I'll just move the table, the motion until 1 o'clock? Or earlier, if that should be the case?
Okay, there's no discussion on a tabling motion. All those in favor? Okay, Kara, how do you,
Sorry, are you ready for my vote?
yeah, go ahead, Kara.
Opposed.
Okay, those opposed in the council? No, you already voted, you voted in favor of it already. Yeah, so that motion is just lost, so it's just lost till 1 o'clock.
May I? Sorry, just for clarification, Bart.
Yeah,
Did the tabling motion pass?
yes, Dallas, myself,
Okay.
Carol, and Shane voted in favor of the tabling motion.
Okay, thank you. Just sorry, just the way the words were used, I was not quite sure. Thank you.
Okay. Correct. All right, let's keep working if we can. Range Road 75.
So through the brief to council on Range Road 75, there was 3 options presented yesterday, and I did mention I reached out for the 4th option regarding alternative dust suppression trial that you could potentially work with Town of Drayton Valley in trialing on that portion as well. Just this morning while we were in the meeting, I did receive information and evaluation from Sturgeon County when they used it. So that is here. We did get a cost of, I believe he said $4.75 per liter. I have to work out to then how much we need per meter squared. So this is the trial location that Sturgeon did. And success, yes. Criteria score 3.43, rated on a 1 to 5 scale in these areas. this was some of the comments. So that was just some additional information from what we chatted about yesterday, if that was a option we were looking at. And they did second trial on a higher volume road is recommended, and then this road is a higher volume road that we were talking about.
Glenn?
I move that council defer the project of Range Road 75 south of Township Road 494 to the 2027 interim budget and conduct a trial or maybe a second motion for that. So I'll just leave it at that. And then I'll do a second motion for the trial.
Do we know what the town is doing with it yet? Has there been any conversations with the town? Are they doing anything with that?
No, they are not. We have had conversations. Last year, we've had a conversation a couple times this year, and then prior to this budget, they are not considering it, they're not considering paving it this year on their budget for 2026.
They plan on paving it?
They do not.
Do not, okay.
No.
And what about the dust control? Maybe further talks, they might go this way or not?
We have not had conversations with them yet, so we just found this product. We just reached out with this information, and it was a suggestion yesterday that we could reach out to Town Drayton Valley and see if they'd want to have an agreement where we both trial this product on both sections of the road.
Because I don't think there's any sense us doing our 1 mile and then you have a space of gravel in between. Yeah.
We can defer it to 2027 to give town time to decide on this. But in the meantime, my second motion will be to follow up with the trial project of Epic DS. So bring back information or refer dust control
Okay,
trial.
I don't have a problem with your motion. I just clarifying there.
But yeah, that's the intent is
Yeah.
don't do anything. We'll wait, because you're right. You don't want to have equipment come out. If you can have it all done at once, you don't want to mobilize twice. It's going to be more cost effective to do it. And they have the bigger stretch of the road. So yeah, why not just defer it, give the new council time to discuss it and think about it. And then in the meantime though, there's a need for dust control on that road because it is so busy, and maybe we could give this new product a trial basis, but that would be a second motion.
What I would do is suggest that we talk to the town first. We may be able to convince them to do the trial at the same time, or do the full, couple of miles with the oil, an oil product, or maybe several oil products if we want to really have a test strip, right? There could be 3 or 4 products on the market that you could try on a 2-mile stretch and see which one actually works better. But anyway, we'll just leave your motion as it is right now, Glenn. So all those in favor?
I move the council defer the project Range Road 75 south of Township Road 494 to the 2027 interim budget.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Those opposed? Dallas is opposed. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Glenn.
I move to direct administration to bring back costs to apply Epic DS to Range Road 75 south of Township Road 494 for a trial dust control.
And to, no, you don't want to involve the town?
I don't want to hinge it on the town. I want to see how this does. I don't want to hinge this project. I want to see how it does sooner than later. If they say no, then I don't get to see it. So there's not a lot of residents. There's maybe 1 or 2 that are going to do it. So just give us a chance.
So you don't want to involve the town at all?
Well, no, I think administration can ask them if they were interested, but we could do it later. But I just would like to get this trial of this canola oil product so we can see the results of it.
All right. Any further discussion, Aria?
Thank you. I just wanted to agree with Glenn there. I would also like to try, because on the town side, I'm not sure that there are any residents, and if there were, they're not under us, obviously, but the residents that are on the Brazeau side, they do have a real issue with dust, and there's 300 vehicles a day there, so the sooner the better for the trial. I agree.
Any further discussion?
Moved by Glenn Gunderson to direct administration to bring back costs and information on a trial canola oil dust control product.
Good. All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, so that's carried unanimous. Range Road 68? No, 63. Where did Pippa go?
To Reeve Council, I don't have any further information for 63. I believe what I presented earlier regarding the STIP funding, that was relevant to conversations yesterday. Specifically, the Resource Road now seeing that it may not cover paving. That was just information to pass over to discuss. And we already know that Hemina was not interested in cost sharing at this time. However, the 25% portion, that would be a discussion whether the current maintenance fee would maybe constitute in a contribution, so.
Control will still be applied where appropriate.
Yeah.
And, but no major investment into enhancing the road till we get some partners.
Correct, up for council decision though, but
Yes.
from our standpoint, currently it rates well and we don't have a concern. So.
Okay, Glenn?
Yeah, because STIP funding does not apply for this. I move the council removes the project Range Road 63 from Highway 39 south 2.6 kilometers from the capital budget.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Pitakwa? Oh, sure.
Okay, so Public Works just, we were talking about the 495, and Public Works just suggested that they're going to reapply for STIP funding for the Moose Hill Bridge. Now, with the new costs associated with that, I'm just concerned that may not be something that we want to do.
Okay. Explain, just so.
So we went into a closed session and we discussed some land procurement there around that situation. So what I'd really like to see happen before we get committed to a STIP grant, possibly, is a desktop to see what, in regards to our discussion that we had in closed section, a desktop investigation of what that crossing could look like.
You mean like going a different direction, like going to the north for a crossing instead of the...
I don't know, whatever was discussed and closed would stay enclosed.
Right.
So, yeah, potentially, yeah.
Okay.
So what would we do with that? Like, I think November 30th is the deadline for STIP. And I don't want to get forced into a commitment when there's potentially a better alternative.
Okay. Go ahead, Peppa.
Okay, to Reeve Council, yeah, a couple different options. Closing the road, as it was directed, I have reached out to our insurance company, so we'll wait for comments from them. But that would be separate to any of these decisions here. There is funding currently to continue the geotechnical investigation and to find out about this landslide. So there's a scope change recommended, which is $160,000. We do currently have funding. There was a motion last year to interim budget. So we can still do some work this year to look into this landslide zone and start looking into design of how to rectify that. Just not moving forward with the construction portion of it if further funding wasn't applied for. Yeah, and it's up to council whether you would like me, so right now the motion's on the floor, and I would automatically reapply this year for STIP funding unless directed otherwise. So.
And it had, memory-wise, around 2.5 vehicles a day?
That is, yes, for the past STIP application, that's what was noted on there.
Yeah, okay. Carol?
Just to Councillor Ekstrom, in the STIP funding, with some of the information that was just presented to us this morning, one of the other things on the STIP funding for local road bridge programs is it doesn't cover new bridges. So it would only cover repairs to existing bridges, as in the Moose Hill Creek. Is that correct?
So this wouldn't be a new bridge, it would be a replacement of one. So we're not,
Yes.
if we were to build a new one in a different location where one doesn't exist, there would be no STIP available for that.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I was just on the impression from our previous discussion that with some of the geotechnical information that's come forward, our engineers have stopped.
That's, yep, until we had these discussions at today's meeting. Because I wanted council direction, whether we wanted to continue looking into this landslide zone area and looking into it or not. So as of last week, when we heard this last information on Friday, we've stopped until these budget discussions to know council's direction.
All right, well, I would like to direct administration to pause on applying for a STIP grant for the Moose Hill Bridge. For 2026. What was the bridge file number? 7503?
We've applied, last time we applied, it was not approved. Obviously now it is a safety concern. We've got different documentation now, so whether that would move up in the ranking, I can't say too much. Yeah, and then just the awareness that we've talked about is there is going to be, we're waiting for feedback from the insurance company. There is a service level and community expectation, so just wanted to pass that information on because there would have to be discussions of potentially closing a road.
Is there other projects that may be more viable for us to get STIP funding that you folks may want to see us develop or fix?
In the capital.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kara.
No, sorry, I will wait. Sorry, my apologies to council administration. I think there was an answer to the question. I can wait till after.
To even cancel. So in the 5-year plan, there is 2 other bridges for consideration that could be for STIP funding as well. The one that's a bridge culvert does have a low rating as well, but not quite the safety concern that this one has. And there is another bridge structure that's end of life too. Yeah, so it's up for council discussion, right? So this one does have a large safety concern on it, but I'm not sure if there's other talks about other options.
Just a point of order. I'm
May
not
I
sure.
now?
Did I not get, my agenda doesn't show the Moose Hill Bridge. Was this added to the agenda?
It is not on the agenda. It was brought up in conversation, and it was on the agenda. Was that yesterday when I had to present that new information? So it was just brought up in conversation today.
Oh, just a point of order then. If it's not, it should be added to the agenda if you want to do the conversation on this or do anything with it.
Yeah, I thought we discussed it yesterday. We did?
It was on the agenda yesterday. So
It
it
was on
was
the
added.
agenda
It was
yesterday,
yesterday or
okay.
the day before when I added that information to the agenda. Yeah. Monday morning. Okay.
Yes, so Pippa just had mentioned prior to this conversation about 15 minutes ago that unless otherwise directed, that you would go ahead and automatically apply for that. So I'm just asking what the best way is to handle that. If you'd like to see
Mayor?
that on the agenda, then I would do that.
Thank you. Again, I'll back up. I'm on a call for point of order. It's not on today's agenda. I have no problem discussing it, but I would suggest you follow procedure. And someone needs to motion to add it to the agenda before discussion can take place. Thank you.
Yeah, I would do that. Where would we add it? Would you suggest?
Put it down as UV.
UV? Okay, so that would be item 4V.
V is in Victor.
And Pippa, what was the bridge file number? Is it 50?
705, something, 70530.
70530. 70530?
That's
All right. So I'll just move to add it to the agenda. Item 4V, bridge file 70530, STIP funding.
Discussion. All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. Do you want to move that forward to discussion right now? Okay.
No, we'll just leave it there.
Huh?
You can
Leave
say
it for the end? Okay. We sometimes move things forward, we put it on the agenda, then we move it forward so that we can discuss it. I just thought while we were talking about it. Well, we'll just go, might be good to talk about playgrounds for a minute. Pippa, I think this should be your new corner. So the idea was to put a structure over the existing bathroom facilities? Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. No, this was to add some wood fiber chips to the playground surface. So it'll help improve the safety. It's better than the pea gravel that's getting compacted. I have no idea what it looks like. I'm only guessing. A sample would have been nice, but I'm going to agree with if you guys recommend this. I move the addition of $30,000 to the 2026 capital budget for the resurfacing of the playground at the Pitaquee Campground with engineered wood fiber with funds from Recreational Facilities Capital Investment Reserve.
Discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Dallas.
Yeah, so through the Reeve to administration, I would just ask if we could add $10,000 worth of pea gravel to the existing playground product. Would that rejuvenate the well enough so that we could get down the road a little ways, or is that not something that's possible to do?
Through the chair to Councillor Ekstrom, with the current compaction that's happening over at the Pitaquee Campground, I believe that we are beyond topping up at this point.
We are, okay. All right, thank you.
So you couldn't just take a track, go in there and scoop out the existing pea gravel and add another 10 grand worth of fresh pea gravel?
To the Reeve, it would be potentially possible to scrape out, my estimation would be we would be removing 75 to 80% of the current compacted pea gravel. So as far as adding $10,000 to move it along, we would still be looking at probably a lot closer to that $20,000 for the pea gravel replacement.
No, it is just rocks that are compacted. Is there any use if we actually reclaim that? Like, would it be used on a roadway, or would it be?
To the Reeve, not necessarily on a roadway, however, part of, with the campgrounds, with the gravel pads that we have in the campgrounds, that pea gravel could potentially be used around the fire pits and on the campground pads in that campground or at one of the other county campgrounds.
Okay. Wow, the lights are lit up. I look down and, go ahead, Carol, and then Aria.
Through the Reeve to administration, we did have one piece on there that said you would continue to work with the contractor, although of the timeliness of trying to get that replaced, that you would continue to work with the contractor to apply for eligible grant funding. You will still be progressing with that as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Volk, absolutely. Administration will continue to explore all possible grant avenues.
Thank you.
Aria?
That was my question as well, so. Thanks, Carol.
Dallas?
Oh, my question is just, is there a membrane that's put underneath the product so that it's, what does it do, allows water to go through, but it doesn't, we don't lose the product into the subsoil? Is that?
Through the chair to Councillor Ekstrom, absolutely. Basically, the process of installing surfacing, regardless of whether it's pea gravel or rubber or engineered wood fiber, is to do base prep with gravel. We would then apply a filter cloth on top of that gravel, and then as well as some weeping tile as well.
Wow.
But as far as the material being lost into the base, no, there is no risk of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any direction from you folks? I'm old. Can you repeat it for us, please?
Moved by Glenn Gunderson to approve the addition of $30,000 to the 2026 capital budget for the resurfacing of the playground at the Petoquay Campground with engineered wood fiber with funds from Recreational Facilities Capital Investment Reserve.
I can barely hear you. Your mic must not be on, but I did pick up. I vote in favor.
Okay.
I'm assuming you're asking for my vote. Thank you there. I can hear you now. You're asking for my vote, correct?
Yes, I was asking for your vote.
Thank you. In favor.
Okay, that's carried unanimous. Shane?
We're just going to move this along then. With the, for the shower, the same thing would apply, so we're going to continue to help them apply for grants for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Blosky, absolutely. Administration, especially with the recreation facilities, where we can, we do continue to look for grant opportunities.
Well, in that case, I'd like to move that council approve the addition of $40,000 to the 2026 capital budget for the preservation of the shower house at the Petoquay Campground with funds from the Recreational Facilities Capital Investment.
Aria, discussion?
So through the chair to administration, the $40,000 was just essentially for a new roof?
Through the chair to Councillor Harris, the $40,000 is to construct a secondary roof system above the existing trailer. Part of the issue over there is that back in 2021, 2022, administration was successful in securing a enabling accessibility fund grant that full funded a new deck, and so with that new deck over there, it lines up with the existing trailer. And with that, administration believes that the secondary roof is the best alternative, the best option in this situation.
Versus a new one, that's correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Wouldn't happen to have any pictures that you could show us, would you? Look it up on Google, looks quite nice, okay.
In here, but
No, that's, well, is that, yeah, that's just the playground, so the shower is not shown on this photograph. Pretty quick.
Through the chair to Councillor Ekstrom, I don't have any photos readily available. However, I'm sure that if I go through my files, I do have some of the deck. I just don't have any right at the moment.
So does this building, does it have a hot water heater in there and a number of different bits of infrastructure? It's got, like, what's all incorporated in this building? I don't know. I've never seen it before in my life.
So through the chair to Councillor Ekstrom, the current shower house is a ATCO trailer that that was built. It does have a hot water tank and a pressure system to come off of the well over at the campground.
Okay.
On each side, there's I believe two showers and washroom facilities.
Okay, I see. Okay, so sorry, I'm just kind of getting at where I'm going with this. I like to go to Venice Beach in Los Angeles, California, and they have a shower out on the beach, and it's just a shower head. So I'm just, is it winterized? So this particular trailer, is it winterized so that it's drained and everything's got, so it's really seasonal, basically is what I'm getting at, because nobody's going to shower there in the winter, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Ekstrom, yes, this, as well as the rest of the campground, goes through our fall shutdown procedure where we hook up a compressor to all the lines in both the shower house and throughout the campground and blow out all the lines.
Okay.
so none of them are winter campgrounds.
Correct.
One thing might be prudent, I know when you do, in your spring tour, it'd be probably prudent and good idea to, visit some of these places, so then you have a good picture for when they do arise, like, I'd like to add, going to Willie West and Pitaquay and even the Brazeau Sports Park, the washroom, visit some of these facilities, so when these arise, then you at least have a picture of what it looks like,
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going down the road, when it actual time to comes to replace it, maybe we've gone overboard a little bit for a seasonal facility. I don't know, but no further questions.
I'm not going to say anything. Go ahead, Glenn.
So I'm privy now to seeing some pictures of the new deck. It looks fantastic. So I move to table this discussion until this afternoon to give administration time to bring back some photos. Because it looks amazing. So, and you're right, we should see those.
Discussion? No discussion, sorry. All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara, on the tabling motion?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. Wiley West electrical upgrades. Carol?
I move for council to approve the addition of $15,200 to the 2026 capital budget for the upgrade of electrical to the Wiley West Campground for a total project cost of $20,200, with funds from the Recreation Facilities Capital Investment, Wiley West Restricted Surplus, conditional that the operator provides $5,000 towards the project.
Okay, in this particular case, because we're talking about money, I have to step aside for this, because my daughter owns 2 campgrounds. So, oh, we don't have Kara here.
Yeah, I was just going to say you may want to appoint a chair.
No, I can designate another one. Who's the next on the list?
I'd say just pick somebody, Bart. It should be okay.
Please repeat the motion. Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
Thank you. Sorry, just before you begin, maybe Dallas, only for the recording, just say that you've assumed the chair because that won't be clear in the recording.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Kara.
you.
Yes, as the next deputy Reeve Guion has appointed me to this particular place, I will assume the chair. So carry on.
I move that council approve the addition of $15,200 to the 2026 capital budget for the upgrade of electrical to the Wiley West campground for a total project cost of $20,200 with funds from the Recreation Facilities Capital Investment Wiley West restricted surplus, conditional that the operator provides $5,000 towards the project.
Discussion, Mr. Gunnarsson, go ahead.
Point of order, is it Wiley West?
Oh, thank you. It's Willie West.
Thank you.
Because the fellow that it's named after, his name was William. So yes, Willie, and it's spelled Willie.
Excuse me for my slang.
All right, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Westerland, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. I'll invite Reeve Guion back into the council chambers. Good to be back.
You can take a 5-minute break, sure. is there 5 stalls? I'm just trying to count.
Through an accessibility grant? So it was a full grant. Yeah, the whole project, what did you say it was 80?
Roughly 90,000.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Shane?
Just to, I think, double check through the chair to administration, when this was brought up yesterday, the intent is that if that, or when that does need to be replaced, the shower itself, we already have a roof structure in place. Is that, like, we're not gonna tear the whole thing out, we're just gonna hopefully slide something new in there and away we go. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Belowski, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so it's a separate freestanding roof, so we won't have to tear it down, yes.
Carol?
So would that roof structure then go up over top of the whole deck piece as well? Or is it just going to extend out over that ATCO trailer piece?
Through the chair to Councillor Volk, the new construction would tie into the existing deck cover. Maybe tie in isn't the correct word, but it would line up into it so that they do, between the deck cover and the new build, essentially become one.
Okay, thank you.
You guys are good? All right, thanks. Thanks for getting that so quick. Must be. Discussion? All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried unanimous. We are on where are we at? Pituqua, we did the electrical. We're on 45 regrade.
So to Region Council, I don't have any new information to present on this one.
Page 80 anyway. Mila Road. Carol?
I move for council to approve the proposed in-house regrade of Range Road 45 from Township Road 473 to 474 for $300,000.
Discussion? That's an in-house, yeah. Go ahead, you got a question, Dallas?
With
All right, well, my question would just be, so Range Road 45, we're going to prioritize this reconstruct because of the fact that it's a through road and it's also got a significant traffic count. As compared, I would say, just to Range Road 44, which is a much smaller grade right next to it, but this has a much higher traffic count and so on.
To Region Council, it speaks to maintain our current infrastructure. This one does have to have road bans in the springtime. Due during the spring, it's not been, no major work besides regular maintenance has happened in 36 years. No further ditching can be done. That's why the regrade is seen as a priority from administration.
Okay, and Okay, is there a little bit of contingency built in there? Because it could be less than 300?
To Reeve and Council, yes, with our in-house projects, we would always strive to come under, but we do have a bit of contingency just to make sure we encompass everything. But we do strive to keep it low as possible, definitely in-house.
Fantastic. All right, thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Oh, you got a question, discussion there, Carol?
No, I just wanted to add to the motion, if I could, that funding come from road reserves in the 2026 capital budget.
Okay, that should be allowed. We were asked to do that anyway, so. Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried unanimous. So then we've got Range Road 42. Well, no, I'm just looking in the book, it's 42, but there's nothing on our sheet here.
So next, there's two bridge files. So one is close to 42.
Okay,
So you have bridge file, first, Vol K is bridge file 71598. So, as discussed yesterday, this could definitely be applied through STIP. The bridge has reached its end of life. Administration does believe that this bridge could be replaced with a bridge culvert, and if approved, we would ask for that design. And yeah, suspect the cost of a bridge culvert could typically be less than a bridge structure. I can't speak to what that is, so we do have the cost of the bridge structure in there.
Glenn?
Through the chair to Pippa, what's the cost of a typical bridge inspection? I see that it's been reduced, the cycle's been reduced to every 27 months. Is that a big concern to have that bridge re-inspected every 27 months?
The cost for level ones are not extensive, and we do have that within our operating budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we doing it, not doing it? Glenn?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I don't see it as a priority road myself, but applying for STIP funding might be appropriate. You know, it all depends on the weather. You know, you get another dry year, it could get extended out. Seems like the weather is changing. Carol?
Through the Reeve to administration. Is it eligible for STIP funding if you are moving from a standard bridge to a bridge culvert situation?
To Reeve and Council, I believe so. But again, we've been trying to do a lot of research to that. I do believe so, though.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dallas.
Okay, so my question is, and I should have asked it last time, was did we do any geo work on the bank and the stability that's here? I think that we did try to change this bridge out a number of years ago, so I think there's a lot of information backed on it. We ran into a little bit of trouble with getting land, but is there any additional information that we can take into consideration?
To Region Council, I don't have any additional information on, for longer past history on this one.
Okay. Yeah, if memory serves me correctly, we tried to straighten it out a little bit, and because there's a little bit of a blind corner coming down to it, it's quite a steep slope, and we ran into some trouble procuring land in order to do that. So, anyway, like, I'm definitely in favor of you applying for a STIP application on this, no question. And it should be replaced by a culvert, because it's just not a significant amount of water going through there. But, any wait time on this, or is that something that I could just go ahead and, anything else?
Well, we need to have some direction from council.
All right. Well, I would move that to direct administration to apply for STIP funding for bridge file 71598-1. I'll stop right there.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yes.
Kara, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, thank you. Next item. Any comments, Pippa?
No new comments. It's bridge file 75463. This was culvert that could potentially be replaced. It has a low rating advisory on it, cracking in the rings. So looking for direction if there was interest to apply for STIP funding on this one.
Roughly do you know the rough traffic counts of that?
To Reeve, I do not have that in front of me. I think when we had the special council meeting, I think we pulled those up, so it just take me a bit to find that file.
Yeah, once again, looking at what our weather patterns would be in the future, and I guess only old people know that, so I won't say anything. But I'm just not sure spending that kind of money on that curved culvert. Everybody has to slow right down to make the corner. Do you see this as a priority, Pippa?
Just have to make you aware that it does have low rating advisory on it. If Public Works was to speak on it, I don't know that it would be a safety traffic concern, this specific type of infrastructure, like having concern with that. So no, you could definitely defer this to next year, if council wishes.
Glenn?
I'm not too sure of the routes, but so we have a gravel pit down there. Do our trucks use that road very often? To get up onto the Range Road 52?
Our trucks do, and third-party other trucks do too that go to that gravel pit.
Oh, so it's an industrial haul route?
And I should perhaps speak to if council's ever looking at doing an upgrade to that road, etc. That might be looking to do the culvert there at the same time as the road, if that was ever a future discussion.
Do we know the road count on that to have an idea if that road should be upgraded, or?
It doesn't meet it now from an administration standpoint. There has been past discussions because of the gravel pit and the owner down there. I think in past discussions, they weren't cost sharing at this time. I think they were looking to share, like, help with material, but maybe not with financial cost. That's always a continuing discussion we can have, though.
I'm surprised it's lasted this long. How many more years does anyone think that culvert will last before it pops a hole in it or something? And Because I know in the oil field, that's what happens. The road, all of a sudden you have a hole in it. When the culvert lets go at the top end, all the dirt flows through, and then you end up with a crater in the middle there really quickly. So I was just wondering how much more lifespan is in something like that.
Well, look, I guess if we're going back to looking at the facts, right, it does have a low rating on it. So the
Oh,
facts
so the
are-
low rating doesn't mean that
It,
it's not a high priority or a low priority. It means a low rating as if,
sorry, no, it is a low rating as it is a concern and would be recommended to upgrade your infrastructure.
okay.
Yeah.
Question, Reeve, would we stay with the 2,400 millimeter pipe, or would we downsize that pipe a little bit? That's a pretty big pipe for that.
So again, in-house, we don't have a bridge expert. I definitely, every time we do these, we do refer it out to engineering and design. We have them provide us options and choose the best options for the county.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I did own that land just to the east there, and at times there was barely enough water for the cattle coming from there, but that happens to a lot of creeks. I don't know what I'd just be guessing what the rainfall is gonna be, so that'll also determine whether you jump on it right away. Are these culverts hard to get if you need them?
Hard to get. I wouldn't say hard to get, but it's just the cost that we need to have the cost approved to do it. It's not something we can do in-house. If you were going to choose to do it, we might want to consider when it is designed and engineered to do it to a bit of a higher standard in case the potential of a future upgrade to the road in the future, but yeah.
Looking at the map in general, and I'm just curious, why was Township Road 500 not put all the way through? Is there, instead of having that back piece? Yeah, coming from 52.
Because that's just the natural route that 90% of the traffic take. They go around the corner and then it heads to the Duke County.
I'm just saying that Range Road 500 goes to the west,
East and west, yeah.
and then it comes down and ties in on 52 to the south there. Why was it not continued right through?
You'd have to ask Public Works at that time
Okay.
why they decided to do that. I just gave up the land for them so they could have their speed corner like they wanted.
To Reeve Council, I don't have that answer offhand, but we do have a lot of long-term employees here. I could definitely find out some history. Yeah.
I just think it would have been then you're not maintaining two pieces of road, one coming down from this to the south and the speed corner, and could have went right across and, yeah. Just my thoughts, just curious. Thanks. Goodbye.
Dallas.
Yeah, so back in the day, they built roads where it was convenient, not necessarily where it was correct. They made a lot of mistakes back in the day, and we just took it on the chin, and we continue to uphold that principle sometimes. But anyway, let's just move to direct administration to apply for STIP grant funding on Bridge File 75463 before November 30th, 2025.
Any discussion? Pardon me?
Sorry, I'm generally not caught on that one. I move to direct administration to apply for STIP grant funding for Bridge File 75463 before November 30th, 2025.
2026.
This year.
Oh, okay. You said before November. We got, what, 3 days? 3 days.
Yeah,
All right.
administration, our project manager has preemptively filled out a lot of the STIP applications, so we are ready to go on any of the council's decisions.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. And that concludes the morning discussion on projects. I'll call the meeting back to order. Pippa, I think we need you up here because, I mean, going back and forth, you can do that, I guess, if you want, but. So there was a question just asking me, do we get any more information on the Moose Hill Bridge?
Any more information? No.
Was it insurance or?
Yeah, so I let council know earlier, I did email insurance regarding liability comments. I did not receive any back. I think council does have the information of the two things, the WSP report showing it's a safety concern with the landslide zone, and showing the province did a level 2 inspection, showing it's a level low rating 2, and on this structure, it is, again, it's a safety concern. So there's a lot of information there that we now know, and that's been provided to us, that closing of the road is definitely a discussion, but we'll have to move to, notify, this would maybe affect bus routes. We'll have to get a detour route. And we do have, on stock some barricades that piece together that can't be moved, so we do have that already that we utilize from the Ring Road project there. But,
So that'll take a bit of time for advertising and communicating with all these folks, won't it?
A little bit, yeah. We could definitely do as quick as possible, but should we shut it down before? But no, it's going to affect bus routes and different things, so I do think we'll just do a quick notification out there to everyone affected.
Yeah, we don't want them to come to a barrier and they're going, what?
Yeah.
In Costa Rica, they just put a big rock in front of it. And if you go around the rock, usually there's a 300-foot drop.
Yeah.
So, anyway, is that enough information, Carol? Go ahead.
I guess my question is on a liability side of the Moose Hill Bridge situation. As we are now fully aware of the situation and the safety concerns, I think that this is a very timely, and we need to expedite what we're doing on that file. That's just my personal, I don't want to be personally liable. Perhaps maybe Rudy could comment on that.
To even council, I think the closing of the road and what we proceed with are two separate things. So I definitely don't need a motion for what we're going to replace or which we're going to do for closing the road. And we can definitely move forward with that. Got that all in place. But yeah, I think the council decision we're looking for is whether I'm reapplying for STIP funding at this specific location again. Yeah. And I've, like I said, I've halted the engineering and design, but that could continue. And then we do have funds already committed to that, but that's going to hit a point where we're going to need now the additional funding from the STEP grant.
Good, Carol? So you don't need a motion for moving to close the road?
No, I don't, I've referred to Rudy, but I don't believe so, no. That was more for councilman notification. You're going to get the call, so I want to make sure you get all the information when you're going to receive the calls on something. To do it, at 1 o'clock today, I do think there's a few steps we need to take here, so I'll make sure everyone's notified as quick as possible, and then we move forward with that. But I also did reach out to insurance, so I am awaiting that response as well. The title I put there, I do expect something quick back. Sorry, I need to get all that out there.
Shane?
So if we were to discontinue administration applying for STIP funding, would that stop kind of us throwing more money into this, like for engineering and stuff like that? We're just going to stop the bucket on this right now,
If that's the
hit the
direction I'm
wall,
given.
and then come back with other things? Yeah? Okay.
If that's the direction I'm given.
Dallas?
Yes.
Hit the wall.
The wall, man. Yeah, so I'm not in favor of closing the road, of closing the bridge. I think what we could do is limit it simply to passenger vehicles only. Because it hasn't been shown to me that the piers or the road or the bridge itself are failing. I mean, I know the geotechnical has failed to the south and west, but does that mean that the actual piers are failing?
To
Or
Region
that-
Council, I could pull up the level 2 bridge inspection, so the province took it up themselves to do a level 2 inspection, which is all regarding safety. And they have advised us that yes, and that's where you fit into that
Yeah.
low rating too. And it's just, now that they've done that inspection and provided the results to us, they only rush through giving that notification when there is a safety concern. Yeah, that could affect the public.
Yeah, I know that's automatically their response. Absolutely. If I were them, I'd probably do the same thing. But is there a way that we could just keep it open? Could we do any other further testing ourselves for stability, pier? I know the structure is in good condition, relatively good condition.
To Region Council, the information, that level 2 report was strictly on the bridge and the structure. So that landslide zone, that is a separate issue that they've looked into, yeah.
I see. Still don't like it.
Art, Mayor. Thank you. We'll wait for what insurance comes, but I think the experts have basically told us what we need to do. Again, I think the word feelings has been used. Feelings are there and facts are there too as well. This is, with the geotech, the information there, the science there to back the decision in the direction I think that we don't have any choice but to move into. I'm not about putting human lives above what people may or may not think and their opinions on this. The only thing that would hold me back from doing anything is just checking in with the insurance company. Did they give you any indication as to when you'd expect a response back?
To Region Council, no. I've sent an email off. I have not spoken to them because I've been in here, so.
Okay, no, fair enough. I think the information speaks for itself. And the experts, we hired these experts to do their job, and for us to ignore what they're telling us, I think is just downright reckless.
Well, I would never ignore good advice, but I'm just asking, is there a way? Is there a way that we could find just to keep it open to light traffic only? If there's no way, okay, I can't do anything about that. But if there is a way, that would be helpful.
While you're thinking about that, Pippa, Shane,
Is everybody okay if I make a motion?
well, I would just wait,
Oh.
just a question.
You had moved this to item V,
Yeah.
but, so have you moved it ahead on the agenda before you make a motion? Sorry, I'm
Oh.
confused.
Yeah, we're still way back. We good. I guess we're just open discussion. Okay, then I take it
Where we
back.
are on the
No, she's
agenda,
right.
sorry.
No, but we have to move it forward on the agenda, is the first thing we do. And then we can finish this off here.
Yeah, do we want to?
So, yeah, need a motion just to move item V ahead on the agenda. Go ahead, Glenn.
I move to item V in the agenda to now.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. It was Carol's fault this time because she started talking about it. So it carried unanimously, Tina? All right, so you had your light on, you were done talking, Dallas? Okay, so Shane?
Okay, then I'll run this into the wall. I move to direct administration to stop application for STIP funding for bridge file 70530. Okay.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Those opposed? One, two, three, So it passed, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't counting myself in the loop there. All right, so we're done there, and you don't need a motion for the closing, you said? That's okay. All right, we're back to item M, microsurfacing projects? I'm still concerned about doing the Sunchild Road before we try some lobbying strategies to get support for that. That's just from my point of view, but I don't mind the Elk River Road. Now, just to refresh my memory there, the stuff done on like 85 and the Buck Creek Road and a few others, that was microsurfacing, or was that Cape Seal? The Goliad Road, yeah. Do you recall, Pippa?
Microsurfacing.
It was
And then when
microsurfacing?
you're talking about 83, that's Cape Sealing. And then, yeah.
85 was microsurfacing as well? Going north and south?
I'm not going to be off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
It all looked the same anyway,
Yeah.
but
Sorry, I did, yesterday when we presented, so I do have a full list of them from that Kyle and Dave presented, so.
I think it's okay. They all look the same. That's why I was just wondering.
Okay,
So
yeah.
you're okay. So it was all microsurfacing. And so you're proposing that on the Elk River Road?
So, yeah, anything that is asphalt. So we're proposing doing the microsurfacing on a paved asphalt surface, right? So that's what this is. That's why this is the best recommendation for this one. They do rate fair and good right now. We've put them together. So for the mobilization costs, it makes sense to do them at the same time. But if council wishes, this could be pushed if there's other priorities, but just knowing that on the 5-year plan, that it pushes things down a little bit.
Glenn?
The cost to push this is going to be horrific later on, and you can fix it now, and I've seen the results of this project, so.
Fix which project?
Well, if we deal with this now, if we just maintain these roads, it's going to cost us less than an overlay, right? And we already know that, yeah, I agree, the Elk River Road, it's in good shape, but we might as well do it at the same time. The Sunchild Road is in fair shape, so.
But microsurfacing, there's not a real mobility issue with that. So you can bounce around, and that's 10 miles away from one another.
No, it's a long way out of it's on the far end of the county, right? So if you're gonna do the job, you might as well do both at the same time, save some money. And just address it now. There's no use in pushing a repair like this,
No, it's
maintenance like this down the road.
The idea is that the Sunchild Road, we need some time to apply our lobbying strategies to see if we can get it repaved, not just microsurfaced. You see,
Okay, well,
that's why I want to keep it separate. The Elk River Road you could do, no problem right now. 5 miles is a big enough project to do.
okay, I move the council approve the Elk River Road Highway 620 to the county boundary, 7.5 kilometers microsurfacing for $527,800 to come from road reserves in the 2026 capital budget.
Any discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried unanimous. M12 greater, go ahead, Glenn.
I move to defer the Sunchild Road microsurfacing and spot repair to the 2027 budget to give time for lobbying efforts.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried unanimous. M12 greater rebuild. We were informed of the benefits of this. You save about $250,000. Carol?
I move to direct administration to rebuild the currently owned grader M142 to replace the grader M146 up to amount of $555,248 from equipment replacement reserve.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. T78 2500 replacement? No. You guys good with that? We were good with it in the discussions, but Glenn?
I move the council approve the replacement of truck unit T78 for $74,784 from, Colin, do you know where that's coming from?
Equipment reserve?
Which one's that, sorry?
Equipment reserve?
Yes, please.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
The, just the truck plow itself, replacement? Dallas?
Move that council approves replacement of truck plow unit T116P for $18,097.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. So I went over
Kara's in
this.
favor. Kara's in favor.
Oh, yeah, Kara, yeah.
That's,
Didn't you hear
that's
me,
okay.
Kara?
It's still, it's all good. It carried unanimous. I was in favor.
Thanks. Okay, so from QRNS, I had discussions, and we had discussions that the administration said these don't necessarily have to be replaced right now, so I would defer them till they need to be replaced. It'll require a motion. So there's Q, R, and S. Sorry.
We need a motion for each unit, just for finance to keep track.
The time. Shane?
All right, let's start with the first one. I move that council defer replacement of trailer unit A44 until the 2027 budget.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote?
In favor.
Sarah? In favor? Okay. Carol?
Nope, gotta get the right page.
109.
I move that council defers the replacement of truck unit T99 until the 2027 budget.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
That's carried unanimous. T19. T119, sorry.
I move that council defers the replacement of T119 to the 2027 budget.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, we're down to Lodgepole Hall Society request for boiler replacement. Arlie, are you going to talk to this?
Yeah, we did have in private discussion as far as looking at their financials. Without divulging their financials, they do have some reserves, so we did question what if they were earmarked for anything. They said that they had actually spent $4,000 on the boiler in repairs to keep it going, and they're looking at keeping some of the reserves to hopefully get it through the winter, and so they'll want some reserves for that. And also they're looking at some programming ideas in 2026, so they did mark some of the reserves for that. But they also are prepared to spend some of their reserves, should council not fully fund the matching component for the CFEP grant, and then they just spend their programming accordingly. One thing I wanted to point out too, because we have spoke about the sustainability of the community halls, as far as it's a sustainability funding, and all the halls are eligible for that. Not all the halls have done it yet. Part of that process is they have to change the bylaws. So if the halls do fall in, as far as, you know, the society's not active anymore, right now, if nothing's done, it resorts back to the province. Example being Cynthia, the province took over that, and I know the county put a lot of money into that, and so they auctioned it off, and so the money goes to the province. If we get them to change their bylaws, they would put it that the county would get the halls. In Lodgepole's instance, it's leased land, and the county has the lease on it, so they wouldn't be able to change the bylaw and sort of make the hall go to the county because it's on leased land. Like, the county won't be able to sell it in the future. So I'll probably look at bringing something forward, maybe to change the eligibility for the Lodgepole as far as that funding, as far as the sustainability funding.
Right. Yeah, it's a little bit of a unique situation there. All right, so the first question was the matching funds. And we talked about this, that, you know, a community hall shouldn't be penalized for good behavior and good financial backing. So they should be eligible for full funding. Carol?
I move to provide the Lodgepole Recreational Society funding request of $55,675 for the replacement of their furnace or boiler system coming from capital component of the FIN 7 funding. Is that correct?
I'll refer to Colin as far as where the funding would come out of for the 55,675.
So council could assign it from the buildings restricted reserve.
So I'd just like to amend that motion to say that the funding would come from building restricted reserve.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Sarah?
In favor.
Drayton Valley guardrails. Glenn?
So I did speak to this earlier on the benefits of maintaining a good relationship with the town of Drayton Valley. The Omniplex, when it was built, didn't require guardrails for going down the stairs. Like we have that handrail for going down the side stairs, right? It wasn't required back when it was built. It's grandfathered in, so they don't need it. But what's happening is there's been some incidents where people have fallen and twisted an ankle. That cement wouldn't be forgiving. So if you were to take a tumble down those stairs, you could bruise your face, you could break ribs. It wouldn't be pleasant. So they're just trying to recognize the fact that we do have an elderly population, and there's people that also have vision impairment. They might have a loss of a limb, artificial leg or something like that. So yeah, or if you have MS, sometimes your legs just give out. So just having a handrail at all of the stairwells is what they're planning as you go down to your seats. And if you've ever walked down there, it's a little unnerving, even for somebody like myself. It's not that pleasant. So it's a good idea. It'll help prevent accidents. And yeah, it'd save somebody the embarrassment of falling in front of hundreds of people, right? And so It's not a terrible idea. Personally, I just spent $9,000 for a handrail at my house, and so yeah, this isn't too much money for us, and it's split 50-50. So I move that council approve spending $11,500 for Omniplex handrails.
So the idea, you're right, is not a bad idea. It's whose responsibility is it to fund it? All the comments you made are talking about guardrails in general, not who actually is responsible. In this particular case, it's not our responsibility. Is it something that should be done by the town? Of course. But we just don't freely give away our money, our ratepayers' money, to the town. You know, there's partnerships and there's relationships that we have established, and those are written into contracts and agreements. This isn't, as far as I know.
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
Thank you. Just remind me, maybe through the chair to administration, what is the threshold for capital? Like this, is it close to that? Because something like this would be covered under operating, would it not be?
Through the chair to Council Westerland, on the Brazeau County side of things, it would be operating. Our minimum threshold for our tangible capital is $10,000, but I believe on the town side, theirs is $5,000. So that's where we've had some conversations in the past in regards to the difference in recognitions of whether it's operating or capital.
Okay,
Ultimately-
thank you. And then just, I was just building on my comments. I have a little bit of reservation on this one. I appreciate Councillor Gunderson's comments. As someone who is actively in and out of arenas all over rural Alberta, I would say 90% plus more do not have this type of handrails. One of my comments would be, if you do put a handrail in, then you're cutting access always to one side of the arena, forcing people to walk further to their seats. Actually, this is where I think the town has done a good job in the arenas that we do have. They have been very accommodating for those with mobility issues or visual impaired. My 90-year-old grandma comes to the arena quite regularly, and she never has any issues finding appropriate seating. Because those accommodations have already been put in. So, like I said, I just got a little bit of reservation. I know it's, $11,000, but I think I made a comment earlier this week during budget. I would much rather see that money put into the ice plant than handrails. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Through the chair to call, and where could we take funding from for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Gunderson, we could use general operating.
Funding through general operating.
Okay. I gave you my reservations. Anything else? Dallas?
Just a question of order. Can't amend your own motion.
Okay. Those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
This one's a hard one. Opposed.
Those opposed at the table here? Did you vote, Aaron? You did? Okay. All right, so that motion is lost. So the next item is, well, we dealt with the Moose Hill Bridge. Is there anything that I missed there, you guys? Pippa's back. What's the tabling motion?
To Riva Council, yeah, you asked them some information to come back after 1 o'clock on regarding 495 between 71 and 73. Yes and no, I have information. We'd had a quick huddle with internal staff here and got some mapping, got some information, but it's definitely far more complex than we're prepared to provide recommendations for. So similar to what I said about the bridges, if you are wanting to look at those options, I think you might want to consider an additional motion for about 20,000 for a external review on the viability and engineering on that. We're going through hypotheticals, but again, would be over-promising and not being the experts in that area. So I suggest for that, and then I don't know if there's any other questions on the road surface. We did already have an external third party do a full geotechnical investigation on that one. We've brought back all that information on that. If you'd like to split it out and do part of it with the pulverizing option, that's an option. However, as we mentioned and Dave mentioned yesterday, with this one, even with the pulverizing, there would be additional costs to that too with that material, so you would be about 3/4 of the way of the cost for that second section as well. So would be a high level estimate that we have internally. So.
Dallas? There you go.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to point out was there is some there is a fair significant amount of complexity involved in what I'm talking about, but I think it's a part of the puzzle that's been missing. So that's why I'm just hoping this council will just tap the brakes and we can do a very high level. Maybe it's we should throw it completely out the window. But if there's an option for us that is less than $4 million, which will limit the amount of traffic and the weight of traffic, the type of traffic, it's worth considering. So I would just ask for council just to tap the brakes and put this into 2027 because we can repair this surface. It's carrying right now. Just drove on it yesterday on the way home from work just to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. And we can do some more repair work on it just to keep it through one more year. And then let the facts do the driving.
Glenn?
May I be next
Sure,
in
go
line,
ahead,
please?
Kara.
Thank you.
So yeah, the hundreds of sewage trucks that go there, I mean, they all pretty well have to do the same thing. They pull up, they tip the tank up and open up a big valve on the back. And you have to have a big receiver for that and tanks and pumps to deal with the effluent if you were to do this pipeline design to the lagoon, or else you can just let them dump it straight into the lagoon. So yeah, it's just the price to set up a receiving station, and then you're manning it. Yeah, the cost would be phenomenal. I would guess to do that. I like the idea, but it would be a lot of costs for. So we do the road, we get the road, and it's just done.
Dallas?
May I, Bart?
Yeah, go ahead, Kara.
Thank you. I think limiting industry on this road is, when we sit there and we look about our vision and what we're doing as a county, on one breath we tell our residents in the community that we're about economic growth and development, and now on the next hand we're telling the industry and growth to stop. This road this didn't happen overnight. I think it's been pointed out more than once during this week and over the last, how many years we've been dealing with it. Let's just fix it for once and for all. I am tired of throwing bad money after bad money on this road. For once and for all, let's fix this. This is a 20-year plus fix. Let's just get it done. It's about not holding up industry or access to our services. Let's get moving.
Dallas, you had your light on?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so if we can limit traffic and the type of traffic, that would be something that would increase the longevity of the road. Using existing infrastructure is what I'd be most interested in. as much as possible. So not creating a lot of infrastructure. I mean, you don't always have to tip the tank and dump. You can suck and blow just like any other fluid hauler. It's not hard to do. 90% of the time, you're just carrying mostly water. It's not hard to get rid of. So that is, yeah, that's that for that. And this little loop road isn't limiting infrastructure. Western Economic Corridor has a ripple effect that goes to the far, far east end of Brazeau County and the far west, north and south. It's not going to impede that growth in any way, shape, or form. So it's a little bit of a specious argument, I would say. But I've probably said too much, and I'm ready to vote on it.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes.
What was the motion?
Moved by Glenn Gunderson to approve reconstruction, removal, and replacement of Township Road 495 between Range Road 71 to 73, project to a 20-year paving design with an estimated cost of $4 million funded through borrowing.
Any other discussion? I just don't see any other options, so I'm in a dilemma here. I'm in a dilemma. All right, all those in favor? Those opposed? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, so is, if you're not paying attention, then I'm not telling you. So 2 opposed, Tina, you got that?
Thank you. May I ask who was opposed? I hear chattering in the background. Somebody needs to say it into the mic. I'm just asking for the recorded vote on this.
They're all recorded votes.
I know. I can't see right now who was opposed. Actually, you know what? I'll do it positive. Who was in favor? I know myself was in favor. Who were the other counselors?
That's okay, Kara, you're not sharing this right now, so there was 2 opposed, and that was Shane and Dallas.
Thank you.
Colin.
Just to follow up on that past motion, as part of pursuing the borrowing there, as mentioned, as part of that, in putting together that application, we will require in a motion the total amount to be borrowed, the term of borrowing, and then the corresponding interest rate. If council has some thoughts on terms, I do have the interest rates as of today and the corresponding information. And then to provide council with a little bit of an idea as to timing-wise and how this would go. So essentially, once we have a motion with those details there, we will bring it to council for first reading. After first reading is completed, we do have a 30-day advertisement window. And if there are no applications from the public against the borrowing, then that would be 30 days. Basically, we advertise it for 2 weeks, then there's a 15-day petition period. And so if no petitions are received, then after 30 days, it's deemed to be a valid bylaw. So it can be brought back to the next council meeting for second and third reading. And at that point, then the application deadline would be on the 15th of the following month. And the earliest loan issue date would be 2 months after that.
Well, we wouldn't need it anyway because there wouldn't be any work being really done on it till later on next year. So you need the timelines there. So you need all that information in the motion right now?
Yes, as part of the motion to have it, officially for administration to pursue putting together a bylaw for a council meeting for first reading, we would require the amount to be borrowed, the term to the length of time for it to be borrowed for, and then the interest rate that's corresponded with that time at this point in time.
So we could do it right now if we get the motion master up here and craft out the motion on the screen?
I think to Reeve and Council, I think we just wanted to point out also, though, to during this interim budget, it's the hopes of getting a lot of projects out for tender early in the year. The timeline of going through these advertising and bylaws, we wouldn't, and then even getting the lending, I think I'll double check with Colin, but we wouldn't be able to tender out till April or afterwards. So that does affect a little bit pricing. We can't tender out quite so early on this one.
So yes, just follow up for Ms. Whaley there. That would put us within that April-May timeline because we would be requiring to have approved, application and funds being for that before we could go forward with the tending. So that would be the earliest date for tender would be probably, the start of the May period.
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I'm okay with that because at least this starts the process, and the other pieces, they can always do the construction work and the pavement can follow. I know we've done that in years past with projects too as well. So I move to direct administration to prepare a debenture bylaw for first reading in the amount of $4 million borrowed for 10 years at an interest rate of, you'll have to apologize, I'm just pulling up the interest rate right now. Actually, unless, Tina, could you switch the screen to the interest rate? I believe it was 3.7 at 3.76% for Township Road 495, Range Road 71 to 73 project.
Just to clarify, so yes, the timing of those interest rates were in there. As of today, when I pull them up, they're currently showing over 10-year, the rate is 3.34.
Cool.
So that would be, just for council's information, $4 million with interest of 738,118.80.
Thank you. And thank you for adjusting that. I meant the 3.3%. Thank you.
So Colin, you have to lock this in. If we make this motion now, then you've got to somehow lock that rate in, eh?
Yes, I will follow up with this. Like I said, now that we have all this information within the motion, finance will follow up on our side and we'll provide any updates or if anything further is required to council at the next council meeting.
Okay. Any other discussion on this motion? All those in favor? Those opposed? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
All right, so that's carried. Dallas opposed? Okay. Municipal library funding, we've got A, B, C, and D. Who's speaking to this? Is Lee speaking to this?
This is part of the operating. Just for background, we don't have an agreement with Drayton Valley Library. We just do it year to year. So they just submitted this as part of the budget. And so on in your package there, page 150. So they previously received in 2025 191,596, and they're requesting 198,274. And I think the biggest part of this was because of their staffing as far as having security with their bathroom issues as far as needing security. Just so you know, Breton Library, we've been going with 2-year agreements, and theirs is built in, has a COLA amount, the CFI. It's the province's adjustment, and I know that that's the agreement that we've signed is for 96 and 97, which has 2.4%.
Just refresh my memory there. Is it 50-50 between the town and the county?
It's not exactly 50-50. I'm not sure how they come out. It's based, I think, on the census and stuff, so it's close, but not exact.
Are we paying more or less?
No, actually, the town pays more.
Okay. Dallas?
Also, refresh my memory, you said 96, 97, 2.5% for Breton. What was the agreement?
It's, they use the CPI, and so it was in 2026 and 2027. We use the CPI, so for 2026, the CPI is 2.4%.
2.4? Okay. What would 3.5% look like if we could carry that into the Breton
It's,
municipal rate?
last year they got 64,960. So 64, I do have a calculator here, so maybe you should correct me if I'm wrong, but 64,960 multiplied by 1.24. That would come out to 80,550 and 40 cents. Is that right? Or did
That seems like too much.
No, that seems like, I think I've got 20% on there.
Yeah.
64,960 was last year,
Okay, that's expensive. Okay, gotcha.
times 1.024, 66,519 and 4 cents.
66, 19.
What's your thinking there, Dallas?
Well, I just think it should be the same. I mean, our libraries have the same issues. It's just Breton's got the exact same issues that we're talking about here, just on a smaller scale. So I think that why would we do one and not the other? It seems to be just a little bit of lack of continuity between these parties. But I think in all fairness, it could be the same because I like what they're asking for in Drain Valley. I know they're asking for the same things in Breton. I know they've had to call the RCMP several times in order to deal with not necessarily homeless people, but people that are causing a disturbance, and they have the same issues. So I'd like to see that increase for Breton as well.
And so how much would the increase be from?
Actually, what we have in the operating for 2026, it was 64,960 for Breton, and we have 65,934. And then this year would be, if you go with the 3.5, 66,519. So, you know, another.
Not much for a number.
Yeah.
Carol?
So through the chair to administration, the 3.5% increase that Drayton Valley Library is requesting, that is over and above the 2.4, or would they get the 2.4 plus the additional 3.5 that they're requesting?
So, not to put words in Councillor Ekstrom, each wants to do it the same, right? So it would be going from 2.4 to 3. So another 1.1% more. Not to convolute this, but I know that in previous years, Drayton Valley Library used to ask for quite a bit more than Breton, and Breton seemed to hold their, funding. It was quite reasonable, and I know that Drayton Valley had the 2 libraries, the one over at the Omniplex, so they did close that one down. So there was quite a few years where I know both the town and the county didn't give them any COLA. They just kind of held them. So that's why we went year to year with Drayton Valley for as far as an agreement. And whereas, we've got a 2-year agreement with Breton.
Glenn?
I think we can do this through 2 separate motions, so I'll do the Drayton one. I'll let Councilor Ekstrom do the same for the Breton one then. I move that Brazeau County Council approve an annual appropriation of $198,274 for the Drayton Valley Municipal Library. Funding coming from general operating.
Discussion?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Kara.
Thank you. Just more of a comment. Again, I'm having an issue with funding. I know security is a big, I'm assuming from the information that's been provided that security is a big portion of why they're asking for the increase. I'm not sure, and I know we have a new board rep there, so it's unfair to put this on them, but maybe some past board members just from discussions in the past. I don't understand why we have to hire security when you need to, honestly, what every other business and everybody else in town has to do is phone the RCMP. I also have been following that there's a trespassing bylaw in place too, so if you are having, issues with people, that they've got that at their disposal. I'm really, really hesitant to support taxpayers' money funding a security issue when we have the appropriate measures in the community to look after it. You just have to phone the RCMP. And then there's the bylaw, the trespassing bylaw in town too, that I know that can be used. So, yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Dallas?
Yeah, I don't think Breton's request, they don't have a request, but they're not looking for security. They're looking for just equity. I would say, and I'm speaking solely from myself, but just a technical question, Lee, does this interrupt? Is it a difficult change for us to make? Seeing Brad's got a 2-year contract and Drayton Valley's just the year to year. Is this a logistic nightmare or?
The Drayton Valley, we don't have an agreement yet. We do have a signed agreement for Breton for 2 years.
Mm-hmm. So there's 1 year left on that one, or is it 2 full years?
We just signed for 2026 and 2027 for Breton.
Okay, I see. All right, no further questions.
I'll go to Glenn, then to Carol.
Well, the library, the staff there are also under the same, they deal with the same issues as the staff of the county. We all got a COLA raise, right? So they're looking for that as well. So there's pressures on wages, there's pressures on utilities, and pressures on book prices. The tariffs have really made a huge impact on the pricing of books, because the lumber goes down to the States, it gets tariffed down there, and then when it comes back as books, it was getting tariffed, but there's an increased price on those books, and it's making an impact. The security is for sure an issue. It's reasonable. It's not a real extreme cost, but one example, we were just at RMA. It was at the minister's meeting or minister's gala, and we were sitting there at the Salon D looking at the window, and there was a person absolutely out of their minds on something, putting their nose up to the window, making faces to all the ministers, and there wasn't a politician in the room that dealt with it. We just watched it. Nobody wanted to get their suit dirty, I suppose, and lots of comments. We waited for, not the RCMP, nobody called the RCMP, it was security that was in that facility that came in and dealt with that person. And that's why you need security. If it's good enough for the RMA, it's good enough for our libraries.
Carol?
Just through the Reeve 2 administration, could you tell me, you do a yearly contract with the Drayton Valley Library Board. What has their increases been in the past, or is this the first time that they've received an increase to their budgeted dollars?
I'd have to bring that back to you. For the last few years, it's, actually, I think it went down last year, actually, the Drayton Valley one. If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't last year, it was the year before. But they also get funding from the province, so I know well, Breton would have got the same on a per capita. The per capita rate went up, so although they didn't get it directly from Brazeau County, they got it indirectly from the province. That takes it from us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? What's the motion? Okay. Has anybody made that motion? Who did? Carol did? Oh, they're all pointing at you, Carol. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Carol? Or Kara?
I know who you, opposed.
How do you vote?
Opposed.
So one opposed. So just Kara opposed. Subsidiary motion? Go ahead, Dallas.
All right, so I'm just going to craft a motion out loud. Maybe I'll use the motion master to do that, but what I'm going to ask is driven by COLA, so I kind of make the motion sound like this: move to direct administration to increase the Breton agreement by, did I say 1.2%, in order to be equal with the 3.5? 1%. Okay. 1.1. 1.1. Okay. Driven by COLA mainly is what I'm getting at, because of course Breton's ask is not identical to this. Okay. Is that
That's
okay?
your motion?
I would move to direct administration to increase the funding to Breton for to include in this 2-year contract a 1.1% increase.
I would say for 2026, if you want to be, because we don't have one for Drayton Valley either, right?
Okay, for 2026.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Lee. Veteran coming from road reserves. Okay, what was from general operating?
Dina. Ready, any other discussion?
May I?
Go ahead.
I'm just looking for clarification. Did the Breton Library ask for an increase, or are we just doing this off the cuff?
It was just out of fairness, Kara, they said.
Thank you.
Okay. No other discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
Opposed.
Okay, Kara's opposed.
Percent, Lee?
So it was, right now, Breton was getting 2.4, so you've increased it to 1.1, so it'll get 3.5, the same as Drayton Valley. So they were at 64,960 in 2025.
Right.
So with that new 3.5, it'd be 66,519.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bear Spa First Nation. They're looking at partnering with Bear Spa. They raised about $4 million. They're asking $1 million from the county to service part of Drayton Valley and some of the surrounding areas as well. I'm just wondering, where does the public come in on this? Where does the, like, I don't understand what their proposal is. They're bringing in the fiber optics, but then each person that wants the fiber optics would apply for, kind of like me applying for Starlink, or me to, you know, and I pay my $117. Where does that come into this, Rudy? Do you know?
Thank you, Reeve. I remember the conversation, and I don't know the exact details. It's my understanding under the proposal that they have that I'm still not clear on the residents. It says 251 plus some surrounding areas. I think those individuals that are part of the plan just pay a hookup. I think that service, the proposal that they have brings that service right to those doors. Anyone else that's on that corridor, they could have that service brought into their yard, and it would be a minimal cost to them, say $500 to bring it into your yard plus the hookup. So that's my understanding, and we've not been able to, or we haven't had the time to do the math to see how many potential residents it could affect. But that's my recollection from the presentation that they provided for us in April.
And then what about ongoing costs? It would be just so much a month, kind of like the phone bill?
So the ongoing cost would be just like what you would have for your internet or for your cable television or whatever, the satellite TV. It would be your monthly fee, which they didn't give us a number, but they said would be competitive with all other service fees for this type of product.
Glenn?
So yeah, they said that the fee would likely be $85 a month for this service if they tied in. So that's $35 less than Starlink. But you have to consider the fact that we've kind of done the math over here. For the residents, it looks like for each service to do this, it's going to cost the county per resident almost $4,000, right?
Wow.
To supply this service. And so, yeah, it's a great cost to do it. And that's just, you know, that's not a firm price on their monthly, and that could go up to kind of match Starlink. So we don't know that. Right now, for $35, is it worth it, right, for that difference? I know that I would be hard-pressed to give up my Starlink satellite to have fiber optic ran into my place, so.
Well, and we all know that technology is moving into satellite service, like satellites, not satellite service. Aria?
Thank you. I know it says here that the $4 million is funded through the Universal Broadband Fund program, but do we know how much this company is putting in themselves, personally?
I can say good question.
Perfect. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Rudy, you got more?
Just to do the quick math on their proposal, it appears that with the request that they are asking of Brazeau County, they are hoping to put in nothing. It's a $5+ million install, and they've got $4 million from the Universal Broadband. So quick cowboy math says they're asking us for the $1 million. So.
May I?
Go ahead, Kara.
Yeah, I'm not quite in favor of this kind of money, but what I am in favor of is if we could work with this company to look and maybe exhaust other avenues of funding. I know that broadband fund is in the billions, so I am struggling with the ask on this one, but I think it wouldn't hurt maybe to see if we could do some work in conjunction and partnership with this to see if we could potentially, either extend what they've already got from the Rural Broadband Fund or find other avenues.
Carol?
If I might add to this proposal, they're looking for funding for $1.370 million to service 300 residents. We are in a very large landmass. This is fiber optics, so this is definitely a ground installation. We are opening ourselves up to being very elitism action if we approve this. They're not putting any of their money in. They're looking for us to put money in on taxpayers' dime to support very, very few residences, and I'm opposed to this application.
Any other comments? Is there a motion on the floor? We need a motion then. Carol?
I move to I move to remove this Bears Paws application from the budget.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
Opposed.
Okay. Just one opposed there, Tina. Drayton Valley Free Press, we've had some discussion about this. Just to reflect, I think we all thought it was a good service they're providing for the cost. And it's, right now, it's our key economic development initiative. Which is good, but it's not where we need to be with economic development. Carol?
Oh, sorry, didn't know I had that on. I move for council to approve the $8,400 ask from Brazeau and Beyond request for funding out of general operations. That's good enough, out of general operations.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, back on board, that's good. Funding request, we talked about that as well for North Saskatchewan. Remove it, yeah. Remove it, yeah. Oh, okay. Dallas.
Yes. Yes, sir.
No, Shane, go ahead.
Maybe I don't want to now. I move that we remove the funding request from the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance from the 2026 interim budget.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, so that's carried. Okay, now we still got the, we need to have some discussion about the recreation facility dome, and I think there's a few questions that people have asked, like what's the operating expenses? What's the total cost of this project? And I think we need to get that information before deciding whether we support it or not. And we also need to know from Drayton Valley. Now, the only other thing is that normally you have to get support from Drayton Valley if it's in Drayton Valley. But how you know the ICF works is whoever is the hostess of the facility, they can just get their money from Drayton Valley. Or right now, Drayton Valley is the hostess of most of the recreation, and they just get it from Brazeau County. That's how the ICF has worked out, so whoever the host municipality is, they're the driver in what happens. So we could put it right out here if that was council's wishes and start a whole recreation type park here, because it is getting jammed down there at the Omniplex. And so there's been some good comments about that. But we haven't had a chance to discuss this with the town of Drayton Valley, whether they're in or out. So I'm not sure how you want to deal with this. Rudy, you got your thinking cap on there.
Thank you, Reeve. I had the opportunity to speak with my counterpart at the town over the lunch hour, and they were deliberating this as well today. And they're coming up with similar questions to our group with respect to what are the operating costs, location, how does this fit into the recreation master plan that we're currently working on. So I think that there's a joint meeting of the two councils coming up. There is a tentative date.
You're going to be tasked with selecting that date, December 2nd.
Yeah, so I think that's the item, that's the time to put that on the agenda to talk as a group of elected officials.
What date is that?
So December 2nd is our next council meeting, and at that meeting, we'll be asking this council to confirm a joint council meeting date.
It should be soon, because Christmas is coming. And some people are going. So is there anything you guys, Anything else you need for information? You need to know the operating costs, the longevity of the building, the total cost. Carol?
From what I understand, this would be a sole-sourced provider, and due to the magnitude of the dollars involved, I'm just wondering if this is something that could potentially be put out for tender. From what, yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, that's the question that's there. I don't know how many other suppliers. I think this is a new product that's out there, quite well insulated. I was impressed, and you know, the fans are about this big, keeping it floating up in the air, which I thought was pretty impressive. Glenn?
There's been a lot of talk, and I don't know what's true or what isn't, but apparently the guy that engineered it and is doing it also built the dome over the Chernobyl nuclear reactor. So we're not going to find another contractor with the kind of expertise that this fella has. So, yeah, and like I said, when I'm looking at the parts and pieces that they had, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. It's not common, so.
No, it was a first-class facility. You were there, Carol. Yeah. But you still need those questions answered. And so we'll leave that at that. Or maybe we should also, I think, communicate with Andrew Buchenko and let him know that we've got some questions. We're interested, but we've got some questions that need to be answered before we go any further. You guys good with that? So maybe a motion should be on the books to forward our concerns to our MLA and maybe forward them to the town of Drayton Valley as well, so that they know what we're having a concern with. Carol?
When we did tour the facility and spoke with the engineer who had built that facility in Edmonton, he did say that he was open to assisting us with further answers going forward. And I know that Minister Buchenko had also said that the application for putting the grant proposal into the government of Alberta, it would be advantageous for us to speak with the engineer in how to complete that application to ensure that our grant application made it to the top of the pile. So just some further information, perhaps maybe reach out to that engineer of that project as well.
Yeah, and so, you know, just so that you guys recall, what was being proposed is $1.5 million from the town, $1.5 million from the county, and $1.5 million from the province. At least that's what I recall in the discussion. That's what they were asking for. $4.5 million. That's it's interesting that it's that cheap. When we think about the pool, we put in $7 million just Brazeau County itself, which was a big chunk of change just as a small project. And that was just our portion. So. All right. So is there anything else? Yeah, we should probably put it in a motion, then it's recorded. Go ahead, Glenn.
I move to direct administration to advise our MLA of our concerns and work with the town of Drayton Valley to bring back some information on costing, operating costing, and location.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. So the interim capital budget, Glenn?
I move to approve the 2026 interim capital budget.
Okay, I was going to ask if there's anything else that you guys wanted to talk about, but no? Okay. Motion is on the floor. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Kara, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, so Dallas is the lone wolf. Oh. Pardon me? Oh, okay. Motion to cancel the 28th. Go ahead.
I move to cancel the budget meeting for November 28th, 2025.
So the final budget will be done after we get all the numbers and information, and you'll be able to add or subtract projects if you want at that time. All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. So where did that leave us for funding there, Colin?
So for council's information, the expenditures throughout the interim budget process was council's motions summed up to be a financial impact of $1,691,038. So 1691038. And that revised the projected ending balance of the reserves to $15,970,596. So 15970,596. And of course, we have year-end and things that may impact that. But when our administration is done finalizing all these things, I will provide council with an update so they can see where things are sitting after interim budget. So you got a clean copy for your reference.
You were going to give us a copy of our solar. Did you do that already?
No, I have not had time to do that.
So you're just going to email that to us?
Yeah.
Anything else, councilors? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll have a motion to adjourn. Area.
I can move I move adjournment.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous.
Kara was in favor.
How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.